Okay, we are now approaching
17.
item 17, public hearing originally scheduled for, I think, 9:30 this morning. My apologies to all. And in order to accommodate some schedules, I'm going to go out of the normal order. There are some people who don't need to. Okay. All right. They left. All right. In that case, there's nobody to accommodate. What I would have done is to try to get people who had to leave early to speak before the normal protocol would allow. But as it is, we'll go through this in the following order. I'll ask for a staff report on the project, followed by a proponent presentation, and I don't see, are the proponents in the room? Actually, in this case, it's appellants, I should say. Yes, sir?
You were asking for proponents?
I'm actually asking right now for the project the applicant. Thank you.
We should wait a few minutes, Steve.
So we will wait. I see them coming now through the security. So we'll hold for just a moment, and then I'll let people know the order.
They're making them check their guns.
Where's our staff? Oh, God. Hopefully Bob Solman's listening in. Bob, we're starting up the meeting.
They're stuck in the metal detector line.
They're stuck in the metal detector line?
It's coming.
Hopefully nothing major went off.
He's got a right to defend himself.
I'm going to ask staff to please take a seat up at the table here. All right. Okay, we're going to commence the public hearing on item 17. This is also includes possible board action regarding 2006-126 tentative subdivision tract map conditional use permit and plan development for Abramson, Andreas, and Bernadette Trustees et al. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's June 5, 2008 approval of project 2006-126 for tentative subdivision tract map for 32 residential lots between 1,900 to 2,800 square feet and a 3.8 acre common area conditional use permit, etc. The order that I'm requesting for this hearing would be that we start with a staff description of what's before us. We would then move to a presentation by the appellant and proponents of the project, followed by a discussion or public input and public hearing. Anybody here can speak to any points they wish to raise. And it would then come back to the board for discussion, questions, followed by any positions or comments. So that's the order, and we will recognize the CDA in starting this off.
Thank you, Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. Before I start, I want to point out that the actual appeal, the staff report says it was an appeal of the negative declaration decertification. They actually appealed the negative deck and the project.
Both.
The failure to have a project decision. So what's before you today is a request to not only certify the negative deck, but to approve the project that was referred back by Planning Commission. And that is clearly in the record. It's just, and in the recommendations, it just wasn't in the summary of the project description. I'm going to read this to make sure I don't miss anything out of the record relative to the project description. The applicant has requested approval for a tentative subdivision tract map, a conditional use permit for the residential uses, and plan development permit to construct 30 townhouse units with single-car garages on approximately 70 acres. The PD is required by the existing zoning. The project site is designated commercial in the general plan and zone general commercial plan development C2-PD. The original application for this project and the project description reviewed in the initial study and mitigated negative deck was for approval for a tentative subdivision trap map for 32 residential lots, ranging in size between 1,900 to 2,800 square feet, to construct townhomes, and a 3.8-acre common area, a conditional use permit for common parking areas and recreational facilities to serve the subdivision, and a planned development permit for the proposed townhouse and common area design to provide more detailed design reviews required by the existing zoning of general commercial plan development. In response to public comments on the proposed project, the applicant has reduced the number of units to 30 townhomes. The project proposes that each unit will have a single-car garage and that there will be a common driveway with adjacent guest parking for 48 vehicles. The site is the location of the existing resort at Lake Tulloch, which is approximately 70.02 acres, and is developed with a 48-room resort hotel, a bar and a restaurant, a swimming pool, a mini-mart fuel station, and recreation facilities, including existing 50 private boat docks. The applicant intends to demolish the resort and proposes to replace the resort with the Villa del Lago townhomes, parking areas, and recreation facilities, including reconstruction of the existing private boat docks and boat ramp. The applicant proposes to dedicate 4 boat docks for emergency services. The remaining 46 docks will be retained for use by the residents of the townhomes. The project will relocate some of the existing docks and proposes an additional dock in a new location. The applicant also proposes to retain and upgrade the following existing facilities: the pool, cabana, recreation area, recreation room, and storage area, and to add 1 new swim platform. Utilities are from the existing sewer pump station, power, water, and sewer services. The property is located at 7260 O'Burns Ferry Road, about 6 miles south from Copperopolis, on the current site of the resort at Lake Tulloch. As proposed, the townhomes will be constructed over the 515 contour of the lake shore. The project will use 8-inch diameter galvanized steel pilings filled with concrete and to support the building platforms. I would like to also put into the record that the decision for me to present this had been made quite some time ago, as I was the person that was most involved with the applicant in mitigating some of the concerns that have been raised from the public, and later at the Planning Commission. The applicant was given the opportunity to ask for a member of the planning staff to present today, and they wanted to remain with my presentation to the board.
Okay.
One of the major issues that needs to be discussed, I think, the decision made so that we can move on to the other aspects of the project, has to do with the density transfer issue from underwater. I think, although our code calls it density transfer, a better definition of it is actually density averaging, which is usually the term used in other jurisdictions, where you're averaging density over the parcel. It's not coming from another parcel on, which is what usually density transfer signifies. The applicant had originally made application for this in 2006 and received a letter, and I believe that will be, it either should be in your packet or the applicant will present it to you, that indicated that the existing proposal did not meet the general plan for this density issue, and they were advised that they could even...
Can I get that one? Or?
Sure.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
Thanks.
As you can tell from this letter, September 28th, dated September 28th, 2006, the applicants were told that there were several issues still incomplete for their application. One of them was the minimum parcel size and density, that it was inconsistent with the existing general plan. We gave them 2 options in this letter. Wait until November for the Board of Supervisors to interpret the general plan's description for density below the water, or change the project by proposing it as condominiums. They chose to wait until November for the board to make a ruling on the density transfer issue of density underwater. At the November hearing, November 20th, the Board of Supervisors ruled that staff had recommended that there was no density underwater. The areas on the map were indicated as blank. That there was no reason, I'll read this to you exactly so it's in the record, that there is no density for those portions of parcels under the waterline of Lake Tulloch as indicated by the blank areas of the general plan map for the reservoir. Density transfers are only available for those portions of parcels above the waterline. Only those parcels within the original Lake Tulloch Shores subdivision were approved for development over the waterline, and all other residential, commercial, and industrial development over the waterline is prohibited. During the course of that meeting, staff's recommendations were not upheld. The Board of Supervisors made separate findings, and County Council will review what those mean to the project itself. At a subsequent meeting, the board came back and indicated that they wish to have the county initiate general plan amendment to actually change the decision that had been, the policy decision that had been made the previous week. That general plan amendment would have been incorporated into the development, the community plan for Copperopolis, which is still pending. So there has been no general plan amendment to actually affect the policy direction given by the board to staff, because it was going to run concurrently with the community plan. And I'll let, at this point, Deputy County Counsel Janice Elliott actually give you the effect of the decisions that were made by the board in those two meetings.
Thank you.
All right, Janice Elliott, County Counsel's Office. Before I get into that, let me go over a couple other basic issues that came up at the Planning Commission so that the record is clear. First of all, for purposes of CEQA review of this project, you'll note on page 10 of your staff report that CEQA defines the baseline as what's currently existing at the project site. So the baseline is what's there, the resort. The impacts of the proposed project are identified by looking at what's currently there and what's being proposed and determining whether or not there are any impacts from that change. At the Planning Commission, there was some concern that what's currently there was not adequately described. Not that it's not there, but that in the initial study in the staff report, it was a little unclear as to what's currently existing out there and what uses were being made of the existing project. This staff report, both on page 1 and in the environmental setting, the sites and surrounding uses, and primarily on page 4 of your staff report, supplements the description of what the current baseline is. So that is where you start to measure the impacts of the proposed project. It's not the same as when you're looking at a piece of raw land. There is development on site, and it has been used in the past. So the baseline is adequately described in the staff report, and that supplements the prior initial study. Second issue is jurisdictional issues that were raised at both Planning Commission meetings about Tri-Dam, FERC, and the county. And you'll note that that has been clarified in the staff report also, and it was also put into the record by myself at the Planning Commission, that the way this works is that the county and Tri-Dam have concurrent jurisdiction over this project, meaning even those parts of this project that extend past the 515 contour, you have the ability to approve, deny, or condition those uses. However, to the extent you approve those uses and they extend over the 515 contour, they will require Tri-Dam approval also before those uses can be initiated. And under certain circumstances, including this particular project, they may require FERC approval also based on the way that Tri-Dam is licensed to operate the FERC facility that constitutes Lake Tulloch. And Tri-Dam representatives are here, and they can speak to that also. But there is concurrent jurisdiction, and that's been clarified in this staff report. That means that you can approve, deny, or condition any uses, including those beyond the 515 contour. Second, with respect to what happened in the past regarding density transfer, Stephanie's correct that that issue did come to the board in the past, primarily as a result of staff wanting direction on the adjacent property, the Merle-Holman property, and there were findings by the board that they did not, that initially they were going to allow transfer of density under the water based on a public hearing that was held on that issue. It was subsequently brought back for reconsideration by the then District 5 supervisor, Supervisor Erickson. There was another vote taken, and that vote was to initiate a general plan amendment to hold public hearings on amending the general plan to consider not allowing transfer of density under the water. The issue is even broader than that because there are other lakes in the county. There are other density transfer issues that were discussed at the time, including do you transfer density under roads, do you transfer densities under other buildings, et cetera, et cetera. So it was broader than just Lake Tulloch. That general plan amendment did not get initiated, but it was made clear during those public hearings that any project that had been deemed complete as of any point in time prior to adoption of a general plan amendment, you would still have to consider on a project-by-project basis because it had been deemed complete prior to any change in adopted policy by the board. So on that issue, you have discretion to make a determination as to whether or not you want to allow underwater density transfer for this project. With respect to docks, that same issue came to the board, and some of you were here at that time and remember that Supervisor Erickson put together a task force that came and made recommendations to the board for the board to adopt and make recommendations to Tri-Dam to put into the shoreline management plan. Those recommendations are in your staff report as well as in the attachments. They were basically incorporated into the shoreline management plan, and they are italicized in your staff report at bottom of page 6, top of page 7. Status of the shoreline management plan, as I know it, and it can be clarified by Tri-Dam representatives, is as part of Tri-Dam's relicensing with FERC, they were required to redo their shoreline management plan. It was after the board put input, this board put input into it, it was adopted by the Tri-Dam board and submitted to FERC for approval. FERC sent it back to Tri-Dam for amendments. In your packet, there is the letter from FERC saying what they wanted those amendments to cover, including a table. Most of those issues aren't relevant to the dock issue. They're related to other biological issues. It's my understanding that it's currently pending in front of FERC for approval. The Board of Supervisors has discretion to determine whether or not they want to comply with the shoreline management plan that was adopted by Tri-Dam. Even though it is not a county document, the county did have input into that document. It is not binding on the County Board of Supervisors, but if you do determine you do not want to comply with it, then staff is requesting that you allow us time to put together findings to support your reasons for that particular action. The last issue that came up at the Planning Commission was public access. The subdivision map controls public access to public lakes. And I did not attend the last Planning Commission hearing, but I did listen to the tapes. And I think it's important to clarify that the term public access is often used in two different ways. One is whether or not the public has a public right to access through a public easement or other form of public right-of-way versus the public is accessing the lake through a private way, such as paying to access the lake, or as the testimony indicated, just using the boat ramp because there was nobody there to stop them. Okay, the type of public access that the Subdivision Map Act is referring to is access that you are required to provide if you are going to approve a map on a public lake. The actual language of the MAP Act is in your staff report at page 9, and the discussion is on 10, and you will see that staff has recommended approval of the proposed public access based on an analysis as set forth in the government code provision that says that the reasonable access is to be determined based on the following considerations. That is, that access may be by highway, foot trail, bike trail, horse well, it's supposed to be trail, not trial, or any other means of travel. Number 2, the size of the subdivision. Number 3, the type of shoreline and the various appropriate recreational, educational, and scientific use, including but not limited to swimming, diving, boating, fishing, water skiing, scientific exploration, and teaching. And number 4, the likelihood of trespass on private property and reasonable means of avoiding the trespasses. Whether or not this access meets that determination is totally within your discretion. If you do not provide for public access when there is a map on a public lake, you have to make other findings that are not in your staff report. But basically what the statute requires is that you make findings that there's other reasonable public access located nearby that people who would otherwise be allowed to access the lake here could use. So if the board wants to make that determination, I would again request time to prepare findings to support that decision. And those were the issues that were raised at the Planning Commission. And if anybody has any questions, I'll answer them.
Okay, questions from the board at this time?
Yes. Janice, you mentioned the shoreline management plan, Tridem shoreline management plan. You didn't go back to the circumstances that precipitated the formation of the Lake Tulloch Task Force. Mm-hmm. As I recall, in 2002, there was a dock moratorium.
Yes, that's in the staff report.
Okay, but I know it's in there. But the important thing here for me is that the task force worked for about 18 months and came up with certain, I would call them development suggestions or development criteria that they were recommending to the Board of Supervisors that they share those thoughts and those development standards with Tridem. There's a letter from Supervisor Stein saying, in exchange for our assurances that these will be applied in the future, would you please take your dock moratorium off? And there was a handshake, and we went about our business. So what is the status of that, what I would call an agreement between two agencies?
Well, you are correct, and that's detailed in the staff report, that the purpose of the task force was based on the dock moratorium that Tridem had initiated. And it is in exchange for those policies that were put together by the county and sent to Tridem that the dock moratorium was lifted, and they are in the shoreline management plan. It's up to the board to determine whether or not they want to apply those to this particular project. The shoreline management plan itself is not a document that's binding on this Board of Supervisors, but obviously any policies that the board wants to follow, either in the past or currently, that apply to this, that's within your discretion to apply to this project also, meaning whatever you want to do on that.
Okay.
Okay, at this point, I would call on, is that it for the staff report for now?
Yes.
Okay.
If I could suggest, I know there were people that were in a hurry, if you allowed them to...
Actually, that's been resolved before you came in, and we'll now call on the appellant slash proponent to come forward if you wish to make a statement or presentation of your issue.
I would. My name is Sean Harm, counsel for the appellant. And I just want to touch on a few things staff said today. We're obviously here on an appeal. We're here to exhaust our administrative remedies. We're appealing the fact that the Planning Commission did not certify the motion neg deck and other subdivision map act issues. The main thing I'd like to focus the board on is, out of fairness and equity, what the appellant and the applicant went through to get to this point. There's been a lot of money spent on this project, and a lot of money was spent in reliance on these meetings that council for the county has talked about, the November 2006 and December 2006. The appellant went through a lot of great pains to change their application and to basically meet what the board or staff has required them to do. And as we sit here today, the rules constantly keep changing, and that's one of the frustrations we've had. I appreciate council listening to the tapes of the Planning Commission meeting. I was a little dismayed at the fact that the protocol of what went on, it seemed like even the Planning Commission had a difficult time comprehending the process that was going to go down the road. And that's where I really appreciate at least outlining that as we move forward. The project, as you look at it, and again, the clarification in front of the Planning Commission that council talks about on your baseline for CEQA, almost everything in that report lowers the impact on the environment. They're removing a fuel dock. They're paying extra money to provide emergency access on the docks for fire and for the sheriff. They're putting in silt filtration. She'll provide lower boat traffic, lower car traffic, and much more than that. Again, as to procedure, we have our December and November 06 board minute orders. In February 07, we have a application that is deemed complete by a writing which I believe was passed out to you also. So under 65-943 of the Government Code, it is now deemed complete. Under 65-942, once it's deemed complete, it's very difficult to add any conditions or request any more information from them to be able to approve that. And that's where the frustration comes from, is the Planning Commission sends it back to staff for a redesign. And that's why today we're asking for an approval. The public opposition, a lot of it is over this issue as the public access. This has always been a public boat ramp, I've heard. Well, this is private property. And whether or not this goes forward or not, the resort will be closing very soon. So that's kind of a non-issue or a non sequitur to this agreement. I think reading the report, one thing that strikes me more than anything is the amount of work that the appellant and the applicant worked with your staff. Very impressed this morning in the long hearing that you went through and listening to your staff and listening to the experts. As you go through that staff report, a lot of these items have been pointed out. And that's what we would ask you to do, is just, like you should, trust your trusted advisors and move forward to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we invite public comment, and anybody... Oh, I'm sorry, there's a second speaker for the applicant.
Sir, my name is Don Grover, and I'm the project architect. And I'll try to keep the presentation as brief as possible.
That would be merciful considering the morning.
I'll sign this in later.
But everybody gets their say here. We'll stay till all voices are heard. Would you like lights down? Thank you, Maria.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? And I'm not sure if this microphone needs to be over close to me for recording it for minutes.
It helps for the people watching on television to actually have the mic attached.
Okay.
Or somewhere near you.
Just briefly, I'm going to go through the baseline so that I know that many of you are very familiar with this facility. Currently, this is the hotel, restaurant, bar facility. Existing parking, there's 121 parking spaces on the site as it exists today. The boat ramp. These are the existing permitted docks and boat slips for the lodge. 46 of them being for guests of the 48 rooms that are currently there, and the bar and guests of the lodge. And there's additional platforms, the fuel tank platform that we mentioned earlier, another platform, and 4 docks in here that are currently being used by a boat rental business, which are not part of the property owner's permit. It's under a separate permit use. There's the existing pool, cabana. There's a rock shoreline, rubble rock shoreline along in here. The existing encroachment is in this location, coming off to what used to be a very actively used gatehouse, but it hasn't been used for quite some time. The current project, as we're proposing it, would do several things. One is we would have to redesign and bring into standard the encroachment into the project. Currently, it does not meet county standards in that it doesn't have a 90-degree access to Burns Ferry Road. It doesn't have the fan-out requirements and so forth. So we're going to be putting in if the project is approved, we'd be putting in a new encroachment that complies with that. At this point in the project, there is a gate, and the driveway leading down through the project. We've had extensive meetings with the fire district to incorporate in several issues. One is the entire project can be totally sprinkled. There is a hammerhead turnout area at this location for fire truck areas. We're adding 2 more fire hydrants into the project, where we would be increasing and improving on the current water and sewer lines that would be coming through the project currently that serve the hotel in this location here. We would also be going in and doing a lot of work in terms of erosion control issues that currently exist, storm drainage issues that currently exist on the site, plus collecting all of the storm drainage from the buildings and the parking lot into siltation filtering tanks, and then allow that, after that's settled out, to then go into the lake. Currently, none of that exists. It's a free flow from the county roads, from the parking lot areas, into the lake. So you get detergents, you get all kinds of issues, siltation. There's a lot of buildup of siltation in this area of the lake and down in here, just from the fact that from the county road, and I'll show you a picture a little later regarding that, it's just allowed to come across in here and flow out through the ramp and down into the lake. So water quality would definitely be one of those issues that would be vastly improved over what existing, with what we have control over on this project site versus everywhere else around the lake. This is all we can do in this area. Starting with the area closest to the west, if you will, Poker Flat subdivision area. There's an existing house here, shows an existing platform that's out in the water. The ramp situation, I know this is a little bit difficult here. I can show you this photo here, it'll be easier to see. It's the ramp situation here that goes down to a boat, and also from this back to the house. There was a concern about potentially a view line obstruction of this project to this residence, which is certainly a concern. But I want to point out that I have some other pictures down the way we can demonstrate, but this is the clear, unobstructed view line from their deck area to the lake. Anything between this line and this line in here, you've got the obstruction of this gazebo structure, which actually sits a little bit lower than the deck, and so you're actually looking not only through the gazebo but also over the roof area of the structure to get any kind of line of sight through here. The furthest projection we have into the lake beyond the 510 line is 52 feet. This particular structure extends 50 feet beyond the 510 line into the lake. So we're only 2 feet beyond this structure at this point in the lake. And it was a concern, and it's something we wanted to demonstrate as best as we can what our concerns were there and how we're dealing with that. Moving along, further down the site, of course, is the existing hotel, restaurant, deck areas, picnic areas, pool site. This is one of our initial conceptual drawings. Come up in just a second. Of the project. You can see what's going on here is that currently there's a solid line of buildings which we'd be opening up. This is our, in further development of the project, this is more really how we propose this to look. We're looking at materials, trying to keep a very traditional architectural feel here, and how that blends in both in scale and color and texture into the site. Because there's always been concern about any kind of development along the lake. How does that impact the visual impacts of looking from the lake back onto the land and through the mountain here? The road is currently running right along the top of this area here. Moving further down the site, again, the existing dock areas that are out in front of the picnic area and pool. Further down is the current fuel tank platform, which would be removed in this project. And currently, again, you can see the dock facilities here and the ramp coming in. What we were proposing here, in fact, is that there are currently docks along this area that extend out in the permit about 145 feet. Actually, this comes out about 172 feet in this area. We would only be keeping 4 of those out in that area, specifically for emergency use. And I'll explain to you in a little bit why we'd propose to do that. This is what the new area would look like after the project would be completed. Further down, again, there's some other open areas that we have where the last 3 clusters of townhouse units would come down onto a platform and docks down at that end. So what we're essentially doing is redistributing the existing 50 boat slips along the shoreline of the site, rather than having them all in one area. And I'll show you back again where that's actually located. This currently is at an adjoining property, commercial property here. And the reason why I'm showing this is that right up in this area here is where we propose to have our public access route along a 10-foot wide setback easement in this area. I don't know whether we should mention at this point the alternative to this, or as well as this, and that is the fact that in the staff report, it also mentions that there's another mitigation factor here that the applicant has negotiated with the county, and that is the real crux of this problem is there isn't any good areas in the area for good public access, and what they propose to do is to provide $500 per unit, which would approximately be around $15,000 in this case, to go towards parks and recreation amenities in some other location around the lake to provide that, to help provide that, do our part in providing that access that I think the public really should have. So that was one of the reasons why we wanted to show this. And this is currently the area where we are proposing the bike rack, and this is how the stairs would come down to this platform and out. Looking again from the encroachment out, this is where this 10-foot area would be along this section here, and here's the stair railing, and that's how it would go down from here. So they have access, public access to the main, to this area along the lake, which doesn't infringe on their private property rights, because basically we have to have this 10-foot area anyway, just for project setback requirements. So it doesn't infringe on their private property. This is the current gatehouse. All of this area right in here would be reclaimed in the landscaping. This is where the current encroachment is fairly unsafe because they're coming in at a skewed angle out onto the highway and in and out of Burns Ferry Road here. They come in this way, and then they come around and go back out. And it's created a hazard because you're not coming out onto the highway of Burns Ferry Road at a proper angle to really get a good line of sight. So all of this would be reclaimed in here. And this is what we would propose to put in is, and we have to keep the vegetation fairly low in here, no higher than 2 feet, just because of line of sight of the new encroachment onto Burns Ferry Road. Our signage would be here. We've maintained the gatehouse, and this is right behind here is where we would have the gate access into the site. There was a concern from the Sheriff's Department and so forth, any emergency vehicles, of how to get access into that, so we've made arrangements on how that can occur, as it does in many other developments that have gates through card access and so forth. Because we want them to be able to get down onto the shoreline and be able to retrieve, distressed boaters or something. Traditionally, this is a location on the lake where that has occurred, where people come in and actually, seek help for medical purposes or whatever. This is one of the preliminary renditions of this entry before we got into the color ones, and this gives you a little better idea about encroachment coming in now at a 90-degree angle. This property line is running pretty much right along here on the east side. Further down, again, along this roadway, we propose to put these open spaces. This is a gate here along the existing rock rubble shoreline erosion bank that would allow people to go down into the ramp and down to where the boat docks are on this first group of townhomes. Moving further down, I wanted to demonstrate here a little bit about some of the existing visual impacts of this project, the way it exists today. The kitchen area here, the long line of buildings, the mechanical equipment. These are driving along the road. This is what you currently see when you go by this project. Another view of this, open trash bin enclosures. All the new ones, of course, would be roofed over and taking the same architectural treatment as the buildings. Down this lane, as you're coming along the road, this is now what you would see if the project was approved and built out. We have the secondary access road with the walkway leading all the way along here for owners of the project to be able to have access to various points along and down into the park area and over to their boat ramps. Further down is this fire lane that we spoke of earlier, where the fire trucks would come in and back in and come back out, and we've reviewed this all with the fire district. This is included in their staff recommendations. This is another view of an existing condition down at this other end of the project. Again, a solid line of buildings. And this is what we propose this would be looking like when we change this from that to that. So we're opening up what is currently a long line of buildings here. This goes down into the pool area and the cabana down below the existing cabana and pool park area. Another view, if you're driving down a road, coming across, I didn't want to stand in the middle of the road to take this picture. It's a very dangerous part of the road. But it does give you a feel here of one of our preliminary drawings of how the massing would change very radically in terms of smaller massing, more openings between the buildings versus this long line of structures. And further to demonstrate this, again, we would again, another preliminary development drawing of how that would look from the road area, and in a more final design development how this would look now. This is at the furthest west end of the project, coming along the roadway. Again, looking back along in the lower area, this is the view of the parking lot. All the parking would be now on the other side of the road. This would have a walkway through here so that they could have access along on this side. This would be changed, and this is how this would look in the future on an approved project of having this walkway and various structures coming down through here. we think we've gone a long way in terms of trying to provide a much stronger visual impact, both from the road and from the lake, in this current project area. Now, getting back just very quickly about some preliminary discussions we've had. We did have a preliminary information meeting only last week with the Tridam board. We prepared a map showing them this 100-foot line, and that is basically what is being proposed in their shoreline management plan to be the extent of what they would like to see the development of any project occurring on the lake. There's a couple of areas where we have deviated from that, and the reasons are these are the 4 emergency boat slips and dock area, which we feel that in a distressed environment that they need room to maneuver. They need to get in and out of here. People need to have a very clear sense of where to go, where to get help. They would have their vehicles, their boats permanently docked in these areas. They can bring ambulances down, bring gurneys out to this site, be able to pick up people along this dock location here. So we feel that this staying out, this is part of the existing dock facility as it is today. And in fact, there are several slips out on this side of this dock in here. There's currently 18 slips in here right now. We're reducing that back to 4. The rest of them are being distributed throughout the site through here. This is the current configuration of slips, and we would like to maintain this in the same place. Just for your general information, this is the existing beachhead, which we'd like to maintain this protected swimming area as well. In this area of the lake, and as well as down in here, it's fairly shallow, relatively speaking, particularly if the lake goes down. We're showing this at the 510 line when it's at its optimum full normal capacity. We're not proposing to do anything with the rock rubble shoreline. We would be maintaining that. In subsequent permits that we would need to get, for instance, a stream alteration permit, we'd be working with Fish and Game on. We have a biologist that's already preparing a report for us that would be included in that. It's basically stating that, in fact, not that we would do this on purpose, but the result of these structures being over the lake in this area here, particularly this is the area where the units are furthest out into the lake, 52 feet. On these back 2 units, these get less as they go along, the 13 and 14, and then there's 40 at the other end, a couple of units in here, or 14 feet beyond the 510 line, is the fact that that shaded area actually enhances that environment for fish, and we will have a biologist report to support that position that we would be submitting with those applications. This is what we're proposing now. Again, a new platform and enhanced landscaping in here along the side, as well as enhanced landscaping and opening up this now what is really a solid long building into open spaces and grouping them into no more groups than 4. One of the other issues that had changed in the evolution of the design of the project from the original proposal was that we had a lot more 3-story units. Well, after our discussions with the fire district, discovering what their limitations are and what they're trying to do now which they're faced with a new commercial development out on the highway, they're saying, look, we need to have access on both sides of any 3-story structure just because of the existing equipment that we have. So we reduce it down to 1 3-story unit maximum per cluster. So they always have 2 ways of getting on and off that third roof. We're also supplying on site 30-foot ladders at strategic points for them to also be able to fight and have access to the structures with. So there's a lot of issues that currently don't exist that we're bringing into the 21st century, if you will, if and when this project could be approved, and we certainly hope it will be, and we think it should be. But, I'm just going to leave the presentation at that point. I do want to show you one that might dramatically show you what the problem is on the erosion problem that we have now, currently on the site. This is what's going on now. From the county road down onto the site, you can see that they've had to clean it up various times, so a silt here that builds up. Well, all this ends up washing down into the lake. It's a very bad situation where the county road issues are imposing their drainage onto the site. We intend to take that as well as all on-site drainage and again collect those in various siltation tanks, sediment tanks, and then have it dispersed into the lake. So we feel there's a lot of issues here that we're trying to improve on. And it's a rare opportunity that you have an existing project that you can take and actually do some significant improvements, both in terms of lowering traffic by a significant factor. We did have a trip generation study made by Katie Anderson, demonstrated we probably have 5 times as less traffic impact, traffic trips onto this site with the new proposed project versus the current one. Any kind of commercial project, a bar, a restaurant, is really uncontrollable. You really can't. In fact, you want to encourage traffic. You don't want to restrict traffic. In this project, we're actually restricting that. The reason why we're initially proposing the additional docks on any commercial or multifamily project, it's kind of the discretion that it ends up going through through tie-down to FERC to actually do the actual approval of the project, because it's commercial in nature or multifamily in nature. We're flexible in that area. We're looking forward to working with Tri-Down to resolve any of the concerns that they have and be able to resolve that issue. But that's another separate permit that we hope to be able to have the opportunity through your approval to do. It's something that we have to work through. It's just one of those many different other permits that we have to get on the project in order for the whole project to actually fly. So I'll just stop at that point. If we need to refer back to something, then I'm more than happy to do that. Answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions immediately? Yes?
Mr. Grover?
Do we have lights?
Just for the record, I want to make a comment about I did attend the Tri-Dam meeting that Mr. Grover made reference to last week. I didn't go down there to make any comments or anything. I just wanted to see the presentation one more time. But during that meeting, I know that a question came up about the parking, about the provision for parking, and that's pretty well covered in the staff report. But I'm just wanting you to maybe describe for us how you visualize on when these things get built out, and you've got 30 families coming there for the weekend and maybe bringing their boats or maybe not. The photos that you showed here showed some beautiful renderings of some pretty high-dollar cars. But how about when the people launch their boats, how do you see all that working with 30 boat trailers? And for instance, you've made a number of references to the sheriff's docking and leaving their boats there. It's been my observation that they don't leave their boats at the dock. They come there in the morning and they launch and they go up in the parking lot and they leave the pickup and the trailer parked there, and then they come back in the afternoon and take the boat off. So it's not a situation where the boat is ever really there for any extended period of time.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're hoping in the future we're providing this for them, and they may even change that operation. Maybe they feel compelled that they don't want to keep the boat there all the time, but we are making the provisions for them if they wanted to do that. We're not saying they have to do anything.
Okay.
We're just designating those 4 slips for both the fire district and the sheriff's department. So, it's something that in any of the discussions and project development that we've had, that they've wanted this. The fire district wants it. And so, we're not saying they have to. We're just providing it for them. As far as 30 boats, it would be a really rare time that I would see 30 boats coming all in at one time and being docked with, into that space on this particular scope of project. I'm not talking about the bar, restaurant, resort facility. I'm talking about when it would become a townhome. So that would be a very rare occurrence that every one of those homeowners would be bringing their boats in on the same day, the same week, or even the same month. So currently, there's approximately 500 boat trips per week into the current commercial site. Well, this is going to be drastically reduced too. As I mentioned last week at the TRIDAM meeting, it's just common sense that you're going to be reducing it, because instead of not only 48 potential guests, families, you also have people coming into the bar and the restaurant. So you automatically are going to have a lot more traffic that way. The reason why we've always proposed more boat slips is because we're trying to discourage people, guests that are on the lake that want to maybe come over and see someone here, rather than having to drive over there, they can take their boat over there. And realistically, that's going to be something that might happen more if something was available like that. So I'm not sure if it's answering all your questions specifically, but you're talking about parking and boat trailers. Boat trailers, we are complying with the parking ordinance of 2.5 spaces per unit. And the only reason why we have this current problem is because of boats, trailers being parked on the road and so forth, because a lot of those aren't even guests of the resort, per se. I mean, it's an uncontrollable situation right now. So we're trying to, with this new project, we're going to be controlling a lot of that type of traffic on and off this property.
Okay, but specifically what I was headed toward is if the Sheriff's Department from Calaveras County and the Sheriff's Department from Tuolumne County chose to put their boats on the lake same time on any given day, are you proposing to have any dedicated parking for their pickup and trailers? That would be four parking spaces, or 10% of your parking would be taken up by those two vehicles.
To be honest, no, we haven't thought about the fact whether we would leave.
If I could actually input, I did discuss that, and Mr. Grover wasn't part of that conversation, that we would have discussions with the Sheriff's Office about that. We would hope that they would leave the boat in the water, but if not, we would want to make arrangements with them to, especially if it's going to be there for extended time, that maybe it could go down to where they park their other vehicles that are down there at the Copper Firehouse or something of that nature, so they're not taking up excess parking. But that's something that can be worked into. There's going to be an agreement that the boat trailers are limited to on-site parking, that people can't park on the road. The CC&Rs are going to restrict the ability for them to leave their trailers in the parking places anyway, is my understanding from the applicant. So the guests and the residents are not going to be leaving their trailers in the parking, so there shouldn't be an issue with making with room for the Sheriff's Department when they bring their trailer in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, it would appear that this hearing will go on for a while, and I know that there are two people who have been waiting in the room for their items to come up. Jeff and Mr. Graywall, we could call you if you like.
That would be great.
That might increase county efficiency. So.
Mr. Chairman, before I leave, I have a very simple comment on this project.
Staff, let us speak.
Yes, you are part of the staff, and so we will let you speak along with the staff report before opening it up to public comment. Are you speaking as a staff member or as
a staff member?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Lockmere Graywall, Air Pollution Control Officer. I have been working with the applicant for almost 2 years to issue them a permit for a gasoline dispensing facility, and I am not having good luck. And I hope if the board chooses to approve this project, they also enlist a condition that they must obtain a permit from the Air Pollution Control District for their gasoline dispensing facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could comment on that, that's the leased project, the leased property. It's actually a different owner that owns that facility. It's under a lease. It's not these applicants. However, that is going away if this project is approved, so it should be a moot issue.
All right, thank you. All right, and now the moment we've all been waiting for, public comment in the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been here a little while. Learned a lot about Sheep Ranch Road today.
That would be Mountain Ranch Road, but Sheep Ranch Road
well, whatever it
next.
is, okay. My name is Jack Cox. I'm with the Lake Tulloch Alliance, and we've communicated with you with both at the hearing by the Planning Commission. Before I start, a couple of points relative to the presentation just made. First, about relative to docks for the fireboats. Calaveras County does not have, or Copperopolis does not have a fireboat. Two, relative to police location, the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office is currently keeping their boats at Drifter's Reef, and sometimes they do stay overnight. But that is currently, they're providing access to the lake, which is very centrally located. Also, in the business, it's nice that they're going to put $15,000 into amenities for a project that might make $15 to $20 million. I think it would be very insignificant. Finally, relative to fishing or putting platforms above waterways, the Corps of Engineers has ruled many, many times on this that they are absolutely opposed to that kind of structure because it's damaging to fishing. Many of you, or actually one of you, was on the board in 1996 when we first began to talk to the Board of Supervisors at Lake Tulloch to end policies and projects that were destroying the lake and encroaching on the lake. This started with the seawalls, and we, at that point in time, warned that there would be 5-mile-an-hour zones created, which that has happened in Black Creek. Not until the David Turner appeal for a lot split in Black Creek had an EIR ever been required for any project on Lake Tulloch. And despite what County Council or the planning director has stated, this is a major, major change from its current use. Placing 90 pylons in the lake certainly, and anything like this, should certainly trigger an EIR. The question is, does it have a cumulative impact on the environment? And absolutely, it would have a cumulative impact. So I think that absolutely this should have been an EIR, and we had communicated that directly to Stephanie and the CDA. The county has also required other projects to complete EIRs on the lake, and it should have been done for this one, Merle Holman's Marina Villas project, and while there's not a structure on that project right now, that land is used presently for manufacturing and other processes, so it is absolutely operating now, and an EIR was required for that project. The policy of the Planning Commission, I think, and the policy of the Board of Supervisors should be to reduce man's footprint on the natural environment and not to increase it. The goal should be to reduce the total surface area of the lake now impacted by any development, particularly the resort, and reducing the total number of docks if possible, and substantively pulling off and eliminating a lot of the buoys which have basically narrowed the lake and reduced the total waterways in the lake. The total amount of land which this will be built out is now larger than the current resort, and changes the view shed from the lake. Now only 1/3 or 1/2 of that shoreline is dominated by buildings, but of course that will change as illustrated in those pictures. The applicant is asking for 50 docks. The applicant is actually only entitled to 30 docks, so we would oppose that aspect of it. The county has been establishing a policy of increasing setbacks for homes on the shoreline of the lake, and that was part of the shoreline management plan. This project will actually build out into the lake. Also, the county has established a policy that all future homes in the lake and new parcels should be separated by 200 feet at the 510 elevation. That goes back to a memorandum, a letter that Paul Stein wrote in 2003. This project would have 30 homes, and if you use the 200-foot rule, maybe 6, 7, or 8 homes would be possible. Since this, and I think one of the things I read this on your agenda, they say this is 70 acres. Well, I have about 1/3 of an acre, and I also own 1/3 of the acre of land under the lake. So do I have 2/3 of an acre? No, I don't. I have 1/3 of an acre. So to call this 70 acres is absolutely preposterous. This can handle, this is actually 3 acres of land. This can handle maybe 9 homes, and I wouldn't be opposed. I think we wouldn't be opposed. I think people throughout Lake Tulloch are not opposed to developing this, but the question is its impact. Developers of the project contend that they have the right to build out over the lake. In fact, they have no such entitlement. It's been alleged, and I think some of you have been told, that, gee, that we have a right because this project is part of the Lake Shores or Poker Flat project. It's not. Only certain homes within, or parcels within Poker Flat, do in fact have a right to build out over the lake. And unless they have that entitlement, they don't have that right. And I might point out that Peninsula Estates, Connor Estates, and Copper Cove, none of those subdivisions have such a right to build out over the lake. So placing 90 pylons to build those structures over the lake is crazy. Most importantly, if the developer is permitted to build such structures, you are then setting a precedent that any other homeowner could push for like-minded kind of development rights. The shoreline of the lake should be the natural environment, I also think, using riprap and not looking at a shoreline that looks more like the Atlantic City boardwalk. Let me finish with this. One fundamental fact that you have to recognize, and I heard the applicant say, well, if we'd only known the attorney beforehand and you've given us encouragement, the fact is they know from the get-go that any project like this had to have the approval of Tridam. Tridam is licensed by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, a division of the DOE, and they have jurisdictions over this lake as the waters of the United States. That's basic federal law. So if that is in fact the case, they should have required permits by Tridam before the county even considered it. And the CDA should, before they even consider this application, their first question should be, do you have approval by Tridam? And I would urge the County Board of Supervisors to immediately pass an ordinance to require that any project on Lake Tulloch, if it involves the lake, have some certification and approval by Tridam, hence the federal government, before it's even considered and takes the time of the county. County staff time has been spent on something which is totally, completely, not permitted by the federal government at this point. Our effort has over the years been to support sensible development. I think we've made some real steps. I think the Board of Supervisors, and I think there's been some real steps in improving the lake and the way we've dealt with things. The LTA strongly supported the Tuscany Hills project. It is a well thought out project which reduced the impact on the lake, took the homes off the lake, and the developers respected the integrity of the lake. And that's good. So we're not against, and I think the rest of the people who oppose this, these are realtors, local business people. I think about 180 people signed one petition. So you've got grassroots support saying, we're not against development. We need economic growth in this county. You need tax dollars. So we understand that and recognize that. But it should not be at the expense, the long-term expense of the future generations that are going to be able to use and enjoy this lake. So I think this is a pivotal time, a pivotal decision that you're going to make today, and absolutely you should support strongly the Planning Commission's position. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak under public comment in this public hearing?
My name's Melinda Hoff, resident of Copperopolis, real estate broker. I have to write what I'm going to say because I have a lot, and we've been here all day as it is. But there's a few things that were brought up by Mr. Grover I kind of wanted to go over. I've done a little bit of research lately on the public access law, and that $500 thing isn't anything that they usually consider doing. And one of their things they really, really strongly want is public safety. When it's not safe to park on O'Burns Ferry Road, it surely isn't safe to ride a bicycle down O'Burns Ferry Road, so that's a joke. Another thing is we're showing the nice little docks out there and how the shoreline's going to come out and there's going to be a swimming area. That's not okay. It's a public lake unless they know that other people on the lake will be swimming in that swimming area. They can't block it off. So they don't own that water. I'm just going to read this and be as quick as I can about it. I'm here to oppose Villa del Lago project. First, I do not feel that Lake Tulloch, Copperopolis needs 30 upscale townhomes. We need a hotel, marina, and a restaurant. Foremost, we do not need any more building out and over the lake, taking up precious building out over the lake, taking up precious loss of surface and public recreational waterways. In our community, we have approximately 4,500 residential parcels and less than 100 commercial, unclassified, or mixed-use parcels, none in Calaveras County that are waterfront. A conditional use permit is a discretionary act, not a matter of right. When a city or county considering conditional use permits, the first thing they are to determine is if the proposed use is in the best interest of public convenience and necessity, and this is per the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. Lake Copperopolis does not have a need for more high-end, i.e. high-dollar development. What we need is transient lodging, transient dollars spent here, public access for a fee, and jobs. All of this equals way more for our community and county. Of course, the developers stand to make millions in a matter of a few short years if this project's approved. I do not think the county should reward the current owner development for failing to manage their business properly. They bought a resort, a commercial business, so if that's not working for them, sell it. They have received offers. Townhomes are not in the best interest of my community. Should the board overlook the best interest of the community, please look out for the best interest of our precious resource, Lake Tulloch. Staff report states that some of the units will extend over the lake. Some is too many, but try over half. The public spoken, Tri-Dam spoken, development over the lake is no longer allowed. When the current owners purchased this business, there was already illegal fill done in the lake. The beach and lawn was once part of our lake. The resort's already taken away surface water. Let's not lose any more. In the staff report on page 11, item 1, build out over the lake, it states no impact on the use of the lake as it currently cannot be used for boating. There is no evidence that the area provides any fishing or wildlife habitat. Come on. It's a lake. We have fish, we have frogs, we have crawdads. There is a habitat there. That almost insults everyone's intelligence. And how do we know that the build-out over the lake, if it's allowed, would not affect boating? There's no dimensions on the tentative maps that we've been seeing that shows out how far out in the lake the units extend. And then after you build out into the lake, you're going to go out another 20 or 30 feet out with your dock. And then from that point, there's 200 feet out into the lake that has to be a 5-mile-an-hour zone. So don't tell me you're not cutting into my water skiing area at that point. You are. I can almost assure you this will affect boating. Staff report, page 11, number 2. If this statement is factual, that 500 boats a week access the lake at the resort, times 52 weeks, that is 26,000 boats a year. Wow. At $20 a boat, I'd like to have that. Yet at the planning meeting in June, the developer stated that they had only collected $20 last year in launch fees. This is the same applicant that agrees to stop the project and notify planning department if they find X, Y, or Z wrong. I'm seeing too many inconsistencies with this project and application and promises that have been made, by the proponents. Please consider this very carefully. Thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, Russ, do you have the letter that you received from the Martins, the people that own, that their house has been on display all day?
Yes.
If you wanted to share it with the board, we'd appreciate it. Mrs. Martin didn't bring her letter with her, but she is here. And she wasn't really thrilled with what's happening with her home. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have extra copies, Russ?
It was in the staff report.
Oh, yes, okay. We've seen that. Is it this?
Melinda, this is
the one
letter.
You're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, we've received that as part of the staff report. Okay, that's confirmed. Yes, sir.
Bob Mulvaney again. I just have a brief statement. This looks like another one of those. I'm kind of thinking now of the Arbors in Murphy's. I heard all the hearings. It's going to be Disneyland. It's illegal. It's this, it's that. But to deny this road project at this point is just plain wrong. It would be a mistake. You know, the Constitution protects us from undue takings without due process. Yeah, this kind of looks like undue process. After the developer jumps through all of the hoops, what do? You bring out more hoops. So what I would suggest is that you back up your planning commission and your staff and approve the project.
I'm a little confused on that because, as I understand, that the applicant is appealing the planning commission's decision on this and the conditions
I'm
they
sorry.
placed.
The planning commission did approve this?
No.
Oh, they did not.
They came with a recommendation, actually, to reject.
I'm sorry, I missed the recommendation.
To add
The planning
conditions.
commission did not have a recommendation on this.
But they did
They
not.
have appealed the
voted not
planning
to approve.
commission's decision not to do anything with the
I'm
project.
sorry, I did not hear the staff report, and I apologize for that.
It's okay. I think that the planning commission position has been clarified by staff. Thank you.
My hearing is not the best in a room like this.
All right. Thank you, sir. Would anybody else like to address the board in this public hearing?
Hello, my name is Dale Bondorn. I own a home, vacation home, 3 doors down from the resort. I've owned that for about 7 years. I've been on Lake Tulloch for about 20, camping, enjoying the recreational aspects that this lake has to offer. First of all, I'm sorry to see that the resort is going to be leaving. It's something that the neighbors in the area have supported. This is not a good thing for us. When I was driving up here, I was thinking about the book written by Mark Twain, Outlaws of Poker Flat. There was a saloon on this area down by the Wooden Ridge. Obviously, this area is a valued area. It's picturesque. It is the scenic pictures that are taken of Copperopolis. The renderings that I saw up there look like something I would see in Venice. 3-story buildings overhanging the water. It's not my idea of what I would want to replace the resort and the picturesque area that this little location has brought. One other issue that I also saw was from the Martin's house. There's also a little cabana next door, and I didn't see the angle off of that, which would be blocked by that last grouping of homes. Plus, their line of sight is 180 degrees, not whatever it was, 60 degrees, the angle that he was projecting off of that. That's not true. One thing that I'm extremely confused about is this a commercial zone putting residential on, residential properties, or is this residential? Now, if it's residential, then shouldn't we be adhering to all the rules that I have, that I can't put docks out 40 feet? I think I own 180, 200 feet out into the water, same that they do. But I'm only allowed to put a dock out to 40 feet. I have to stick to those rules. The docks that they want to put out look like almost 150 way out there, way farther than they are, and they're going to move them around next to their gazebo. An environmental impact report. Come on, that's a no-brainer. If you're building and you have that much traffic driving that many pylons in the ground, shouldn't you require an environmental impact report? Just the machinery alone is going to disrupt the lake. I've been fishing on the lake for 10, 15 years, and in the last 3 years, fishing has decreased dramatically. It's just a fact, it has. I want you to realize and take into account that we have investments here. I own the house and the property next door. Big investment that I and my wife have up here, and something like this, in my opinion, is going to devalue the area where we are at. In closing, it's a shame that developers want to use this lake for their benefit and then leave us that we have invested into, leave us with their fallout of what they want to develop, and they make millions and walk away. It's shameful. So thank you very much for the time to speak.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else like to speak on this?
Diane Keene. I was reading through the staff report. Both the staff report and what's being said today and what's at the Planning Commission is people are saying different things, and they're not all the same, guys. Okay?
Guess welcome to our world.
Yeah, I know. Page 8, well, I'll just point it out for the record. Page 8 says the new dock by the pool is only slightly extends into the lake. But page 9 in your staff report says no docks encroaching into the future part of the lake. They're not going to be any further. Those are conflicting statements. Janice said that you have concurrent jurisdiction with Tridem over the docks. But at some given point in time, somebody has to say, you choose first, we choose second. And I'm not seeing that. What happens if Tridem says no and you say yes? Having concurrent jurisdiction, that's a nice little phrase, but in reality, how's it going to work? You gotta do that. You gotta specify who's going to either get to choose first or not. I think Jack made that clear. Our general plan amendment, who dropped the ball on that one? Nobody fessing up?
Ultimately, it's the board's responsibility.
Anyway, okay. Page 12 refers to the copper plan. Copper plan, last time I looked, is not adopted. I think the text probably should say copper plan area. Page 15 has the environmental management. For water and sewer, supposed to be prior to project approval or final building permit or building occupancy. That's all it says. It doesn't say whichever comes first, or it can't be all three, guys. It's got to be one or the other, because they all happen at different stages. So that should be cleaned up or clarified.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't get the page number on that.
15.
Page 15.
Thank you.
Page 23 says, prior to recording the parcel map for sewer and water, that kind of statement doesn't fit in the scheme of things either. Page 23 and 24 on water and sewer says that they're supposed to provide water and sewer to each townhome. But all of that all goes together. The page 25 has CCWD asking for project review. Somebody needs to clarify that. If they already have sewer and water, why is CCWE asking for a project review? Might be an interesting answer. Page 26, there was a thing that representations of the project proponent or his agent at the public hearing shall be added to conditions of the conditional use permit with whatever wording approved by the Planning Commission. I don't think the Planning Commission is still in the picture anymore, are they? So what's the purpose of that provision in your documents? Somebody needs to explain that. Page 33, the boat slips were crossed out before on the Planning Commission resolution. They are not crossed out on this one. Page 34 says the condition for approval says it's the section for the condition for the PD approval. Only only 5 of the 17 mitigating measures are listed. There's no explanation as to why only 5. What happened to the other 7? There's 17. Where did they go? Even if the mitigation measures don't apply to the plan development process part of it, it all goes together. It has to, because you don't get a plan development permit unless you have a project and the conditional use. So somebody needs to clarify that one too. That one doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. One of the things I think that's really critical that somebody needs to explain, and I got here a little bit late after lunch, so maybe I missed it, is page 9 says a minute order is not binding on any future boards. Somebody needs to explain that. I would be very curious to see where in our county code is the definition of a minute order. What's the criteria for putting something on a minute order? If minute orders are then discretion of the board for different projects, and or whether you approve or deny them, this county's getting sad, guys. If that's what we're getting reduced to, somewhere along the line, somebody has to quit pussyfooting around and make the rules, follow the rules. It's sad. Okay, I read through all of the other stuff. If you want to, the other things that's up in front of you is certifying the negative declaration. One of the big things that we have asked over and over again is what are the cumulative effects? And there's a section that's, I think it's number 15 on the CEQA process, and asks for what past project, current projects, and future projects. Obviously, future project is going to be a guesstimate, but we've gotten up at the different planning commission things and said, same thing like this one. I got up and I said, it says you would identify the cumulative impacts, and all I said was, fine, tell me what projects you looked at. And I don't get an answer. It just says, yeah, we looked at them. Well, fine, tell me. That's all I want you to do. So if you sit there and start, in fact, at one planning commission, it's stuck in my brain. It's like, was Mr. Selman's 1,001 ways on how we don't know, how we can't do cumulative impacts. Maybe I need to find that one out and give it to you. So certifying the negative declaration is wrong. Asking for a full EIR is going to give us other options that a negative deck doesn't do. But back to one of my really hot buttons on this. Oh, say, I know, one of the things in connection with all of the documents, when we had when they typed up the stuff for the Planning Commission, we had the CPU effective date says June 20th, expiring December 2010, and so on. The documents that's in the staff report now has a May date. Last time I looked, this is July. You can't go backwards in the dates. So somebody needs to clean that up, because whatever happens today goes from here on forward, not back to May. And all of those, the tentative map, the conditional use permit, and the PD all refer to stuff in May. Wrong. Sorry. Can't do that. No. And if this is what I think it is, it's sloppy work coming out of the planning department. Anyway. But now back to more on why I was here and why I was at the Planning Commission. Is the public access to the lake. Okay? I read everything. I don't agree. If any of you have followed the California Coastal Commission over the years, they had the exact same problem. And they were going to sit there and cut off our whole coast to public access. And that's the biggest issue right now that you have to address. Our county on this side has not addressed it, and you have to address it. And one of the things that happens in connection to this project is going to dictate what happens before. The law has been around for a long time. Apparently, our county, unless a citizen brought it to your attention, when they approved other projects, like what are some of the other projects that they've approved in the last 10, 20 years? They ignored the law. Nobody did anything with it. Well, now we're sitting there saying, hey guys, the law's there, you got to do something. Same thing. California Coastal Commission is still wrestling with different counties that have not adopted all of their proceedings, because everybody has different little wants and needs and criteria. We have the same problem here, except we don't have 10 different counties. We only have one. All we have to do is decide, what is our public access going to be? How is it going to be? There are things that people can come down and look at 10 feet of the lake. Whoopie-doo. That's not public access. It's not complying with the intent of what the law is. Okay? The other thing is, Janice says, well, the other thing that you guys get to decide is what is reasonable access within a reasonable distance. Well, at the Planning Commission, they said, oh, well, there's a campground over at South Shore. Yeah, but that's a different county. You can't use that as any set of criteria. It's a different county. You have no jurisdiction over it, a different set of rules. Plus, I talked to one of the Lake Tulloch people, that's a half hour away. So I'm supposed to drive a half hour into another county to have public access to the lake?
Ms. Keene, we are getting well past our customary 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, you better listen to the rest of it, because I think you get it.
I'm hoping you might summarize
I will finish up shortly. But anyway, you have to sit there and take what our lake is, what's on our side of the lake. There is no public, if you take this away, and what, you're going to give me 10 feet? Tuscany Hills is the only other one that came through with a good public, where the public can go down and go swimming. This is a public lake. You have to start making decisions. You can't sit there and pussyfoot around anymore. And sounds like, based on the past record, that's exactly what you've done. One of the other things that I definitely disagreed with, the staff report is on page 10, says that legal access is not an environmental issue. Yeah, well, it might not be an environmental issue, but when you approve a tentative map, you have to make sure that you're complying with all the laws of California, Calaveras, and anything else that's there that you have jurisdiction over. So sitting there and just saying, well, it's not a CEQA thing. So, one of the other things is, I know at the Planning Commission they said this applicant was all concerned about security issues and giving this public access and blah, blah, blah. Well, they can't be that concerned, because 4 of their townhouses are outside of their gate, outside of the gated community. So they can't be that concerned. So you got some issues that you got to do. But one of the main things that I want to know at this stage of the game, okay, in fact, is I want a very clear explanation as to how this minute order is going to work, and whether it's going to be binding on the next board or not binding on. Because, anyway, we need a very clear explanation, because if you don't explain it right, I think you're going to have trouble.
I will ask for one in the staff response. Thank you. And I would try to remind people again, this has been already a pretty tough day, and I'm asking just in the, spirit of mercy on one another, if we could try to keep it close to 5 minutes anyway, it'd be most appreciated. Are there other speakers who wish to come forward at this time?
Good afternoon. Should have been morning. My name is Steve Felty. I'm the general manager of the Trident project. Wanted to really focus on just a couple of items in acknowledgement of the board's very long day. And those were really highlighted in the staff report. And those 2 items are the acknowledgement of the shoreline management plan and how it plays out. And then the second thing is the transfer denser, in particular, the building over the lake. And those are identified in pages 7 and 9 of the staff report for your reference. Just a bit of a background. With regard to the shoreline management plan, and to give you a perspective of how that was developed, as part of our relicensing, we were preparing a shoreline management plan, and so that process was going on. And because of a number of issues that were occurring around the lake, the Corps of Engineers and other things, a moratorium was placed on the lake with regards to any new docks. And that lasted about 2 years. And during that period of time, the objective from the part of Tridem was for Calaveras to put together a set of development standards or guidelines of how the shoreline would be developed. And so that was the effort that Victoria Erickson was undertaking with her committee. So I would change the emphasis from what was presented in the staff report to the emphasis being that Tridem was looking for the county to develop some guidelines for shoreline development, not for the county to look at our shoreline development, although they did move along concurrently. Once the board did approve that in September of 2002, by letter from the...
2003.
Excuse me. I have to put my glasses on and read this. September 2003, when the Board of Supervisors approved that letter, it came to the Tridem board and was presented by Supervisor Erickson. And we relied on that for removal of the moratorium. And part of that is identified in the staff report, but there was more to it than that. There were density standards talked about, how many docks per space, how many docks per parcel. In fact, I want to say 1 dock per existing parcel, 200-foot spacing on the lake between docks and that sort of thing. So those were talked about, and that was in terms of residential. Commercial had some different standards. So, a related issue that I'll insert now is a clear definition of what this project is: commercial, residential. It's actually one leaped on top of the other, so that creates a little bit of confusion. And that's why there was confusion in the prior proceedings. The other item with regard to density transfer, there were really 2 items there. And the issue of density transfer, that's certainly your discretion, that's your policy as to whether you allow transfer from an unusable part of land to a usable part of land. That's certainly your discretion. But part of that discussion dealt with building out over the lake and whether that would be a nexus with part of that density transfer or not. So a little bit of history on that. Building out over the lake has only been approved in the case of one subdivision, either Poker Flat or the Lake Delaware Shore subdivision. That was approved in 1979. Hard federal savings came to Tridem, and it had to go to the FERC, at that time it was called Federal Power Commission, to get approval for that. And that's the only time where a subdivision or any other like project has received approval from Tridem and or FERC to build out over the lake. Since that, we have not approved, nor do we intend to approve, any additional building of residential facilities out over the lake. So I want to make that clear. And that's also part of our shoreline management plan, too. Let me deal with just a couple of minor technical corrections, and then I'll conclude. The shoreline plan was, in fact, adopted by the order issuing the license for Tridem project. But as part of that order, they also said submit a revised plan or updated plan, which we did, and you've got a letter in your package. They patently rejected that and asked that we add a number of features, and those features had to do primarily with environmental issues, identifying habitat sites, etc., that need to be interwound into the shoreline plan. That was done and resubmitted just several months ago. So that has been completed. Another question about describing of the project, and I think this could probably clarify, but there was some discussion at my board about potentially dredging for some of the docks. So if that in fact is the case, we would like it to be covered in some environmental documents. So as a dredging permit may be issued, it's got coverage there. The other issue is the number of boat docks. I talked about the shoreline plan and how that develops it. We've had a lot of discussion here about what the number of boat docks are. So again, a little bit of history. Several years ago, and I don't have the exact date right now because I didn't bring it with me, but as the hotel owners and the same developers are now came to my board and asked for approval to put more docks there in order to make the hotel a commercially feasible project. Their proposal was to put 72 boat docks out in front of the lake there. We acknowledged that we would agree with 48, consistent with the number of rooms, and all that was done in the context of trying to help the developer make a commercially viable operation there. And that was done with that. There was never a permit issued for the gas tank nor the boat lot or boat rental operation. Even though it's another party, it's still on this particular property. A comment with regard to the processing of permits, whether one party goes before the other or not. Ideally, it would go concurrent, but because often in the way you're set up more for dealing with public process, public hearing, we believe it's more appropriate for the county to do it. And if we give you our set of guidelines, that'll pretty much give you an idea of where we'll be with regard to any permitting. We don't have an awful lot or often provide for a great deal of discretion once that's there. So we think that would be the proper proceedings. We need a secret document to do that. So for one to go ahead of the other, you're more of the lead agency than we would be, and I think that's appropriate. You have much more jurisdiction than our fairly limited scope of docks or any building encroachment below the 515. And finally, on the procedural issue, in the approvals, it's on pages 22 and 31, there's a provision that the prior to recordation of a parcel map, the developer is required to apply for all necessary approvals or permits. The concern that I have there is that is it simply an application or is it an actual permit that's secured as part of this approval process? This says or, so it's some ambiguity there. And that occurs on both page 22 and 31. And finally, to wrap this up, Tridem would ask the county via the Board of Supervisors to honor the commitment that was made to us with regard to the shoreline management plan in your concurrence with the level of development on the lake. So we would ask you to continue that support. That's the basis of which we withdrew the moratorium and which we've been working on for the past 6 years or so. So with that, thank you very much, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the part of the board?
Steve, if you're basically saying that Tridem will not allow any building over the lake, and FERC will not also.
Pardon? FERC?
And FERC will not also allow any residential building over the lake?
That's correct.
I guess this sort of, why are we here then? I mean, why is this application in front of us if it's dead on arrival? And you're saying it's dead on arrival.
Yeah. We don't object to the project if it could be moved back off the lake.
So you just want, and you're saying FERC will uphold this, that there will be no building over the lake?
Well, FERC can make their own decision.
I'd like to clarify that.
I thought I heard you say...
Actually, what I'd like to do is make sure that all the questions and ambiguities are documented by staff for a staff response at the end of the public speaking, if that's all right. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, I thought I heard you say in your statement that both you and FERC would not allow any more residential building over the lake. Did I hear that incorrectly?
FERC would, in their approval, they would look to what our shoreline management plan says, and they would base their decision on that. But again, they are an independent body, and they can make their own decision.
But you feel that Tridem would recommend that there be no, that this project be modified so there's no building over the lake. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, one other quick piece of history to support that. Connors Estates also petitioned the Trident Board to construct out over the lake, and that was denied. In fact, there was litigation at that time when the settlement ultimately occurred. And in Connor Estates, there's no physical facilities over the lake other than docks.
Thank you. All right, I'll be asking staff, particularly County Council, to speak to this particular issue of relative powers and authorities.
Go ahead, Rita.
Supervisor Thomas, actually Supervisor Callaway, followed by Supervisor Thomas.
Hi, Steve.
Good morning. Afternoon, excuse me.
You said that Tridam gave permission for 48 slips to the resort, some back sometime when, and the other 2 were for the gas fueling area?
There was not any approval given for the gas fueling or the boat rental facility.
Okay, so all that, as far as Tridam's concerned, that was approved were 48 slips, 1 per room, done when? Do you remember?
Approximately 3 years ago.
So, I mean, I've been down there many times over the years. There's been, how many slips has there been?
Well, prior to that approval, there was, I don't remember the exact number, but there were considerably less than that.
Less than 48?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Thomas.
Okay, this is a very important thing to me. In conversations with the applicant and her designer, it was represented to me that unequivocally that this project, this particular piece of land, was simultaneously given the same rights and privileges as Lake Tulloch Shores. And I made it clear to them that I thought that was, if that's true, then I would be going down one path, and if it's not, then I'd have to take another path. But when I went to your board meeting last week, I also learned something that I didn't know, that 18 years ago, when Connors Estates came up, the Tridam board took them to task with their application to build out over the water, and it was subsequently pulled back, and they didn't do that. So I think I feel pretty much the same way as Tom, is if we have to have this concurrent jurisdiction and approval, if they're saying no way, we're really not very well advised to say, yeah, we think it's great. So anyway, I'm glad that you brought those points up. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Just one other point of, I want to make sure that I understand this kind of goes to the rule of unintended consequences. If we were to approve this and disregard the letter that or the previous board issued to Tridam back in 1993 that was for the specific purpose of taking the dock moratorium off, would it be logical to suspect that there might be some decision on Tridam's part that would be an announcement that we're no longer willing to abide by the agreement that we gave them in 93?
There would very likely be some unhappy campers.
Okay, thank you.
I might add one other point talking about Tuolumne County has a setback of 25 feet from the high water mark by ordinance for the entire lake. So there's on the Tuolumne side, there's already an existing setback of any habitable building.
Okay. While we have you standing here, and I don't want to belabor this issue, but if you recall, some months ago, I posed the question to you about what if a future developer, somebody that wanted to sort of come up with an innovative way to dispense with the docks out over the lake, if you wanted to do like a Lake Como type of a boathouse so that you could actually excavate and and in all seasons be able to take your boat inside a secure facility really right at the lakeshore. I think that you indicated to me that you'd be willing to at least look at that type of a solution.
I think the approach is, if there's a reasonable alternative, it should be considered. Whether, and this is a case of, if you have absolutely no shoreline to develop on, then certainly that is. But if you have available land, that should be where the building occurs. But if there is some innovative alternative, I think everybody's open to looking at something that's reasonable and appropriate.
But this particular project has it has a thematic feel about it that's a Mediterranean feel, and I have a particular affinity toward those architects, or the architecture at specifically Lake Como. I mean, you can go on Google and you can see the photos taken from various locations, and I think that would perhaps offer some unique opportunities here that under a scale back project, if they're going to pull back off the lake, that they could actually create some secure boat storage and access to the lake and have far less impacts on the skiable portions of the lake and whatnot.
The only limitation in this particular situation is the lake level change.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 10 feet, and when you try and put something under dock, it means quite an extensive amount of excavation if you want to have year-round access from very close to shore. But if you only want summer access, it works.
Okay, well, it wouldn't take me very long to figure out a ramp type of a mechanism that you could get it up in the times when the lake water is down. You'd have access in and out on a skid of some type. Look at Mr. Jerry Brock's house. He does exactly that. So, thank you.
Would anybody else like to address the board in this public hearing?
My name is Mike Gammo, and I live in Poker Flat. Given the option between the resort and all the traffic that it brings, human, boat, etc., or the opportunity for 30 more families to be proud owners of lake frontage, like the gentleman here that spoke, I'd opt for the latter and give 30 more families the opportunity to buy and become residents of Poker Flat. At this point in time, I'm inclined to see this as a fundamental property rights issue. The scenario, as I understand it, is initially the planning department was very skeptical of this proposal. But over time, the owners have worked in good faith with the planning department, modifying and mitigating numerous aspects of their proposal. And finally, the owners and the planning department came to terms, and the planning department now recommends approval. Last month, I attended the Planning Commission meeting. That was the second one. Insofar as there had already been one meeting and the owners responded to the outcome of that one, I expected to witness simple approval or disapproval. What I didn't expect was discussion by the Commission as if this was the very first time they had ever addressed Villa del Lago. They were requesting more information as if they'd never been there before, and some of it was not and is not germane to approval or disapproval. I mean, it's great to ask for information, but if it doesn't pertain to approval or disapproval, why? And all the while, during that meeting, the planning department was trying to convey the mitigating efforts by the owner and indicating planning's recommendation for approval. It became very clear to me that the Planning Commission was prejudiced against the proposal, and really there was no question. It wasn't a question of conformance to and mitigation of county policy and codes. They were clearly not about to approve the project. So it really isn't a question of aesthetics, parking, lake access, frogs, ducks, whatever, because these have all been negotiated, compromised, mitigated, or dismissed, ultimately to the planning department's satisfaction. It's the fundamental question of allowing a property owner to utilize their private property in conformance to county rules and regulations in the manner they wish. And lastly, my comments shouldn't be construed to suggest that I am personally in agreement with all aspects of the project. However, individual objections, virtually endless and many without substance or merit, are not cause to disapprove the mutually agreeable project definition that was reached between the owners and the planning department. We all know that there is no viable use for this property that will ever please everyone. So all it remains is to consider the fundamental elements that are present here today. Property ownership, responsible, viable utilization, conformance to county requirements, planning's recommendation for approval, and with that, for you to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? In that case, we will bring this back for the board's review after hearing staff response, and I do have a request or two for a break, so we will take a 5-minute break for those of us who haven't visited any facilities since about 6:30 this morning. I'm headed out.
So fun.
Yes.
Okay, we're hot.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, we're now at the point where I'm going to ask staff to respond. There were a number of questions that were raised and some points that seem to be still unresolved. I would like them to make every effort to resolve those things. We will then give the appellant an opportunity to answer issues that may have come up that they wish to clarify, and it will then come to the board for our review and decision, if any. So, who would like to start from our staff?
We're going to take turns here as we go through.
All right, you're going to go in chron order?
We're going to go in order of speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Stephanie Morano. First speaker, Speaker 1, I'm not counting staff members or the applicant. Speaker 1 talked about the issue of fireboats. If there's any reference to fireboats in the staff report, it's an oversight. I don't recall any. It's actually for any emergency vehicles out there, not specifically fireboats, that the 4 docks would be put in place. He talked about fishing platforms and how the Corps doesn't approve them. The condition that they get Corps approval or any permits necessary would cover that. If the Corps doesn't approve the build-out over the lake, then that means that they can't do it. So those are the reason that the conditions in there, that they have to get all permits necessary, provide proof, would mean that if there is some reason the Corps, it doesn't issue a permit, that they wouldn't be able to move forward if the Corps does indeed require a permit. Relative to an EIR, we've required other projects to do an EIR on pilings. Merle Holman's project is the only project that I know of right now that has an EIR pending. It's actually a focused EIR that was required because of the fact that he had so much more use going onto the property than is currently on a vacant point of land. Plus, he was taking his buildings out into the lake substantially where there is not any build-out. This is a different situation where we have an applicant that already has the, almost to the same extent, already built out into the lake as far as the docks go. The resort is already there. All of the impacts are being minimized, and so it's a different situation as far as the environmental impacts and the need for an EIR. What I'd like to further tell you is that Mr. Holman's project he has, as a result of working with the county, decided to significantly minimize the amount of buildings he's putting on that project, and probably if today had walked in would not have been asked to do a full EIR or focused EIR on that if he could not have addressed that. The other issue that was raised with Mr. Holman's projects is there were issues raised that did not have sufficient information in the record, were not raised with this project, therefore they don't trigger the need for the focused EIR that he had. Relative to cumulative impact, the original staff reports talked about the fact that there's no direct impact from the project in the initial study. Therefore, if there's no direct impact, there's no cumulative impact. That's the next assumption, although that isn't perhaps expressed as eloquently as it could be. And Janice Elliott can further expand on that if you'd like. We talked about the number of docks. I believe that the number of docks that they currently have a letter from Tridam on is the same as the number of docks that they're proposing. However, the applicant has indicated willingness to reduce the number of docks on the project if the board believes that is a remaining concern. And they've been stating that for quite some time, I believe stated into the record at the Planning Commission. It said the county has established setbacks and 200-foot distance between buildings. I do not believe that that has been established, but rather recommendations, much as the density transfers, et cetera, that have gone forward. Again, it's a policy issue for the board as to whether or not they want to adhere to those guidelines that have been previously adopted but not implemented into county code. I can't comment on the fact on why he would say they should only have 9 homes. I don't know of any nexus or basis, in fact, for why there should only be 9 homes there. Building out over the lake is a dangerous precedent. It's actually done quite commonly on the lake with people pulling building permits in certain areas of the lake. It is done within other areas and has not established any kind of dangerous precedent. We have nothing to base that fact on. The issue about it should be a natural shoreline here, it's already in a developed parcel. It's not a vacant piece of land that we're trying to leave in a pristine condition. It is not natural shoreline. It is developed parcel of land. They're trying to replace it with something different. The fact that he recommended that Tridam approval should be put in place before the project is considered, my understanding is that the applicant attempted to get Tridam approval and was told that they could not get their permit before the county ruled on the project. They were very interested in pursuing that. In fact, it had been done previously on the Mariner or the Drifters project. He was allowed to get his permit prior to coming to the board, but in this particular case, my understanding, you can verify this with the applicant, is that they were told they had to get their project approval before they could get a permit to go to FERC. Speaker number 2 questioned where in code, or that there was nothing in code about the $500 a unit. There is no requirement in code. That was something that the applicant volunteered. Much as we see on any project, we have voluntary conditions. We don't impose them, but they're things that the developer offers up as a condition that they'd like to see in order to mitigate any impacts that they feel the county can't require them to mitigate. Regarding the fact that she said it's not safe to ride bicycles down a Burns Ferry Road, we recognize that people do ride bicycles down a Burns Ferry Road, and the fact of putting a bike rack in was only to recognize that if somebody did ride their bike down the road, that they could put their bike there and do the public access. It wasn't to encourage bike traffic or to recognize that it should be available for bicycles. The swimming area, I wasn't real clear what the point was on that, that it was cordoning off area that would not be available to other swimmers, and perhaps the applicant could address that in their proposal. The fact that the speaker stated that we don't need 30 more upscale homes, we need a hotel restaurant, it's not up for us to tell the applicant what they can apply to do with their property. If this is an allowable use when they're within their property, they have a right to make application. The conditional use permit, relative to the first consideration that is in the public interest, it is an allowable use to have a conditional use permit on this zoning, and the applicant has a right to obtain a conditional use permit, subject to conditions to make sure all conditions are met, but that's, they have a right to the use if there's appropriate conditions put on it. Number 5, the comment about shouldn't reward current property owners for not being able to manage their business, I think is not something that needs to be addressed by this board. Development over the lake's already prohibited. That, again, is a policy question for this board to make comment on today as to whether or not you believe that building over the lake has been prohibited by this board under current or previous policy. Creating a new 5-mile-per-hour zone, I do not believe that because of the fact that the docks are already there, that there will be any new impact to 5-mile-per-hour zones as a result of this development replacing the previous resort. In fact, as a result of the evidence of boat traffic associated with the resort, it would be likely that there'd be less boat traffic on the lake as a result of this use. Relative to the launch fees of only $20, the estimates for boat use had to do with primarily with guests that were using the resort. So you have an in and out population. It wasn't referencing to people paying to launch their boats on the public facility. Speaker 3 didn't raise any issues other than just a comment on his feeling about the project denial. Speaker 4 talked about the view from the Martins residence. I believe that the reason that the angle was chosen as it was, this is my understanding, it wasn't an issue for us, so we didn't analyze it, but my understanding is that there are no windows on that side of the residence, so the view was taken from the deck, not the side of the building, which changes the angle of view, because if you can't look out a window on the side of the house, that's not a view shed that you're impacting. Again, we didn't analyze it. The question about whether it's commercial or residential, it's a residential use on a commercial property which is allowed within our zoning codes. They have chosen to ask for residential use on commercial property. It's totally within our codes to allow them to ask to do that. Requiring an EIR for pilings, my understanding is that the pilings are being used up and down the lake already for residential buildings. We don't even do environmental review on building permits if they use that type of construction. The use of pilings, Mr. Holman was here earlier today, who is the person that actually does some of the work in that regard, was prepared to discuss that. Basically, before he left, he told me that it takes about 10 minutes of activity per piling to actually drive the piling, but it takes much longer because they want to make sure they're picking the right area, they set up the property, et cetera. So they may take 3 weeks to install pilings, but the actual impact to whatever biological or fish are in the area would be a matter of 10 minutes per piling that is actually being driven into the water. And he said he's never experienced any fish deaths, witnessed any fish deaths as a result of his piling. I'm just telling you. He never saw any fish belly up. So, but I'm not here to testify for him. I'm just telling you what he said. I can't respond to the fact that fishing has decreased dramatically. There's no evidence in the record that was put in at the Planning Commission relative to this. We're not supposed to consider new issues here that were not raised at the Planning Commission. The environmental document did not identify this as an issue. And if indeed there was any decrease in fishing, it would have to be tied into development of properties rather than other environmental concerns. Whether or not this particular project would devalue other properties in the area is not, again, for us to consider in the analysis of the environmental issues. However, it has not been our experience that an upscale development devalues neighboring properties. Relative to developers doing projects and leaving the area, I sure as a reference to out-of-town developers, these people actually live in this area, but regardless of that, we have nothing in our codes and nothing in property rights laws that says that somebody has to live in an area that they wanted to develop in, so that's not an issue for our concern. Speaker number 5 pointed out several conflicts that she believes existed in the staff report. As far as who goes first, when you have concurrent jurisdiction, ultimately they both have to be in place before you have final project approval. So it doesn't really matter who goes first as long as both are in place normally. County is usually lead agency on this because it's a land use issue. We're lead agency on the CEQA work. Tri-Dam in the past has said they don't want to do the CEQA work on permits. If they took over the permits process first, I would imagine they'd have to do the CEQA review on that had not yet been done by the county. So for practical reasons, it makes sense for us to review the project first and make a determination if we want it to go forward before they make application for dock permits. Relative to who dropped the ball in the general plan amendment, I think I explained in the beginning that it was intended to run concurrently with Copperopolis Community Plan because it only impacts Copperopolis area. We don't have a lot of these projects pending that are involved with density transfer. Relative to the condition as to certificate of occupancy versus when the project is complete, that's an environmental management agency standard condition that we merely put on at the request of the agency. I will let Janice Elliott talk about the minute order status as to whether it's binding or not. Relative to the dates within the documents, typically what we do on these types of appeals is we package the existing documents up to the board. Any required changes on dates, et cetera, are made when the board makes the approval, understanding that, for example, conditional use permit is going to expire the following year, December 31st. The issue date would be the date that the board approves it. Obviously, it's not a retroactive approval. The expiration date on conditional use permit will not change, however, it's set by code. The issue of public access was discussed thoroughly at length at the Planning Commission, and it is Council's opinion and staff's opinion that we have met the minimum requirements for public access on this project. Again, however, the applicant wished to mitigate public concerns, as they have throughout this project, and offered up on their own an additional $500 per unit that the county could use to enhance other public access. For example, which is at the end of O'Connor States Drive, there's public access or county property there that could be enhanced perhaps with that money. Relative to public access not being an environmental issue, I believe Council can comment on that further, but it is not part of the environmental review. Relative to Speaker 6, Mr. Felty, the issue is one that we mentioned at the very beginning. The board has a policy decision to make as to whether they want to uphold previous indications of what they'd like to see as opposed to what's actually in the codes. And that's for your discussion and decision today. His question regarding commercial or residential, I believe I answered. This is a residential use of the homes on commercial property. The docks would therefore be considered under the commercial guidelines for FERC as it's commercial property, and I believe that that makes a difference in how the docks are applied for with the FERC application. I do not believe there's a nexus between density transfer and building over the lake. Those are two separate issues. And again, the density averaging is how much of the density comes off under the water onto the property, and then the building out over the lake, regardless of how much density you have, is whether or not you want that to be also built out over the lake. Again, the Drifter subdivision had building out over the lake. My understanding is Mr. Felty said that was a legal non-conforming or pre-existing use. He would have to explain that because I don't understand that. As far as we know, that was a new project. Perhaps either Mr. Felty or his staff could comment on it. There's a basic disagreement between Tri-Dam and the county as to whether or not FERC has or has not approved the shoreline management plan. Our staff is, our department is relying on the advice of our county council in that regard, and that's the opinion that's set forth in the staff report. There was some information relative to dredging for boat ramps from Supervisor Thomas in conversation with Mr. Felty, and I would suggest that dredging out boat areas would trigger environmental concerns that are not a problem with this particular proposal. The request that they need a CEQA document to process the dock permit is most likely true. A mitigated negative deck is a CEQA document, and if approved by this board, would be the CEQA document that would accompany the dock permit. The question about whether applications are the same, they just have to apply, and that's good enough. I answered this at the Planning Commission to Mr. Felty as well. The condition actually reads that copies of the permits have to be provided to the county. I think it's very clear. My understanding is that Tri-Dam makes a decision. The Tri-Dam board would make a decision on the dock permits, and then that would be submitted to FERC because it's commercial property. FERC makes the decision as to whether the docks can be issued. I do not believe that's. I'm going to believe that's a discretionary position on the part of FERC, that they make a decision based on the evidence. I don't think anyone could say that they're automatically going to deny it. I believe, I'm not sure, I believe that in the file the applicant may be able to confirm this. They have a letter from Tri-Dam saying they're authorized for 50. Is it 50?
Yeah, and that was it should be in their file because it was in the green packet.
Okay. It should be in the packet. That they did receive a letter from Tri-Dam that they're authorized to have 50 docks there. The information about Lake Tulloch Shores, and I apologize for not being prepared to answer this, but we did a lot of research on this relative to Merle Holman's project, and I thought that I can't say this for sure, but we could do additional research. I thought that the line stopped at the edge between the resort and Merle Holman's project as far as the original subdivision. So we were under the belief that it did fall under the Poker Flats conditions of being able to build out over the water. We could do further research on that for the board if necessary. I didn't know it was going to be an issue raised here. The issue as to whether the project should not be allowed to develop, that the board should just say, well, since Tri-Dam and FERC are not going to approve, we should just not make a decision on this project, would essentially mean that we're denying them their due process to have an application processed. They have a right to have an application and project decision from the board, regardless of what other entities' requirements are. It's typical for us to put conditions on a project that require them to get other permits from other agencies, and this is similar to that in every respect. Speaker 7 was correct. We were very skeptical of the project originally proposed. If you remember, it was staff that recommended that there was no density under the lake originally, and the Board of Supervisors overruled us on that. So we then turned around and worked with the applicant to make this project in conformance with what we believe the county's position was at that time. They have made significant changes to the project at our request, initially and then later subsequent to comments that were raised as a result of letters submitted to the county or through the Planning Commission hearing process. I believe I addressed all the questions that I had. There's probably a few that Janice would like to ask.
Okay, and from County Council, Janice Elliott.
Yeah, let me clarify. I do want to clarify one thing that was said by, actually two things said by Appellant's counsel, and something that Stephanie just touched on. As you well know, because we've had this discussion in the past, due process means notice and the opportunity to be heard. The due process here was exactly what you've experienced today. The applicant came in, applied for something, it was processed, notice was given, the public hearing was held, the public and the applicant were allowed to talk. They have had due process, so any indication that due process has not been met is an inaccurate statement. This is the due process today. So although fairness and equity plays into that, ultimately the planning process is the public hearing that's happening today. Related to that, there was a statement that said the application was deemed complete in February of 2007, and therefore it was difficult to require any additional information or require conditions on the project after that date. That's an inaccurate statement of the law. Under the Permit Streamlining Act, there are 30 days to review an application and either deem it complete or incomplete. Even if a project is deemed complete under the Permit Streamlining Act, CEQA clearly says under CEQA Guidelines 15060 Subdivision A, and I'm just going to read it into the record because this is a common misperception that comes up quite often, and that is, while conducting a CEQA review for completeness, the agency should be alert for environmental issues that might require preparation of an EIR or that may require additional explanation by the applicant. Accepting an application as complete does not limit the authority of the lead agency to require the applicant to submit additional information needed for environmental evaluation of the project. Requiring such additional information after the application is complete does not change the status of the application. And one particular example of that here was there was an early on issue as to potential boating impacts of this project because the record did not reflect how many boats were actually being used by the existing project so that you could compare that to the proposed project. That's now been supplemented in the record, and that's a prime example of how you can go back and ask an applicant for additional information. So although that's not a big issue, I did want to clarify that because it just makes me mad when I hear that all the time. I'm going to go backwards a little bit. I want to go back to Steve Felty's and some of the comments here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Tridam considers this a commercial project because there are more than 10 docks. It's not related to the zoning of the project. It's in their shoreline management plan. It's the number of docks that trigger the review by FERC. And the reason why they have that is when FERC gave them their licensing permit, they did authorize Tridam to permit on its own individual docks, but anything above 10 docks needs to go back for FERC approval. And when FERC approves something like that, what they do, and you can see these online anytime you want to look them up, they issue authority to Tridam to issue the permit. So it's FERC approval, but Tridam still issues the permit that FERC gave them authority to do under their permit to run the FERC facility. I don't believe there was a disagreement between Mr. Felty and myself about the status of FERC approval of the shoreline management plan. I think the staff report accurately reflects that it's being approved by FERC, or is being reviewed by FERC, and the issues that needed to be addressed have been submitted to FERC for approval by Tridam. As a general statement, and with respect to who goes first when you have concurrent jurisdiction, if you're the lead agency, you need to look at the project in its entirety and do the environmental review of that. If you're a regulatory or trustee agency, which TRIDEM would be and FERC would be in this particular instance, then what you do is you look at the document that the lead agency prepared, and under CEQA you have several steps that you can take. One is to participate in the lead agency's potential approval of that document, which they are doing, or you can accept that document and either use it on your own as a regulatory agency or do additional environmental review. And here, what TRIDEM would be looking at would simply be those portions of the project that are over the 515. So it does make sense that you would come to the lead agency that has approval over the entire project first so that would be the lead agency, and then the regulatory agency would do their more focused environmental review, which is why that's the process we've used for quite a while. With Drifters Marina, that particular project already had a footprint over the 515 contour, and what they were doing was just changing the use of that footprint. And according to Mr. Felty, it had already been grandfathered in, had been there for many years, but because it was changing the use of the footprint, it still required TRIDEM approval and potentially FERC approval. That is the same position they are taking here, that although this was a commercial project that had approval for 48 docks, and that's another issue I want to raise here, docks and slips to me are something different, but that term gets used back and forth here because if you look at the site plan and you look at the aerial of what's existing there, to me there are more slips than there are docks, but TRIDEM uses the term docks to also include slips. So I want to make that clear that sometimes when we're talking about individual docks, these actually have a lot of slips on the individual docks, and there are not 48 docks going out into their cluster. The slips are clustered on the docks. Right. With respect to that, TRIDEM's letter is that this is a change in use of the project site, which requires additional approval by TRIDEM and FERC. That's an issue, a legal issue for them to resolve. I'm not going to weigh in on it because whether or not they require additional approval or whether they have a vested right to these docks, that's something between TRIDEM and the applicant. However, as I stated before, concurrent jurisdiction means you have the approval to approve, deny, or conditionally approve anything below the 515. That's your discretion to do that. And to go out of order and to get right back into what is the real issue here, the short answer, which requires a longer explanation of minute orders, is that under the law, and I'm strictly speaking about law, I'm not talking about policy, under the law, no Board of Supervisors can bind a future supervisor in any way, shape, or form, with the exception of a development agreement. Under the state law, a development agreement is binding on future Board of Supervisors for the term of the development agreement. That's why it's a big deal for both the board and the developers. A minute order does not have the same effect as a resolution or an ordinance. An ordinance is a legislative act by a Board of Supervisors that can only be amended or changed by another legislative act of a future Board of Supervisors. So it has the greatest protection for long-term application in that in order to do a legislative act to amend an ordinance, you have to have a public hearing, and you have to listen to the public, and you have to take action. A resolution is below an ordinance, and it is an expression of intent and policy by the board, but a future board can change that intent or policy by simply adopting another resolution that either supersedes or amends the prior resolution. A minute order is even lower in status, and that is just simply a statement by that existing board as to what they want to see while they're sitting as a board. So that's the legal impact of those particular actions. The policy decision for you is whether or not to comply with prior policy decisions by prior boards. That's a strict policy decision for you. But a minute order is not binding legally on any future Board of Supervisors. With respect to certain of the comments about the status of the documents, it does appear that there were some errors in the documents. For example, with respect to the comment about the mitigation measures on the PD, it does say that there are 17 mitigation measures and only 5 are listed. So there are some errors in the documents that would need to get fixed. With respect to public access and whether that's an environmental issue, under the MAP Act, that is a separate set of findings that's required in order to approve a map. It doesn't necessarily have any environmental impact because it's related to approval of a map, not the environmental review of that map. However, it was looked at as part of the environmental document as to whether or not closing what people were using as a ramp would have any impact on other aspects of lake use. One last, I want to clarify one other thing. There was some comment made about how the Planning Commission was prejudiced and pre-designed to not approve the project. And I did listen to the tapes. I did participate in the first Planning Commission meeting, and I would strongly disagree with that statement. I don't believe there was any prejudice whatsoever by the Planning Commission. Their questions were directly related to the baseline. And the document at that time, in my opinion, was not an accurate description of the baseline. It was very unclear, particularly with respect to how many boats were using the project. It was also unclear about what was there and what was going to be demolished, etc. That has been cured in the staff report that you have, and CEQA says you can supplement an initial study with the staff report. So I believe that that was the primary basis of most of the questions of the Planning Commission. There are other questions were exactly the same questions that you're asking with respect to the primary issues, which are density, docks, building over the water, and public access. So I would never characterize that as prejudiced against the project. And I think that is it. That's it.
Thank you. I now will turn to the appellant for a brief clarification of any issues they feel remain to be clarified before we go into board.
I don't know why we all had to leave. Probably a nap or something.
Right.
It's 81 after all. These are pictures that he had of stuff that's going on with Putnam, so that you could better understand the pictures worth 1,000 or 2,000 words.
I apologize. I forgot one thing. So while you're looking at that, there was one other comment about how the county has not required public access in the past on subdivision approvals. That's not an accurate statement also. Public access was required as part of the Connor States approval, which actually predates me, so that had to have been at least 15 or more years ago.
18.
Every other project since then, it has been something that staff has looked at and the board has looked at also.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, Barb, we can have to tell an applicant. Just to back up with what Mr. Felty talked about, he does agree that county has the lead, as county council does, which I think is very important. The difficult part that is frustrating for the applicant is also the differences in the statements as they come down. FERC's going to deny it. Try and ask. Well, I'm not sure if FERC's going to deny it. So what's going to happen? The other thing is where the docks. We were approved for the 50 docks, where Mr. Felty says we weren't approved for the 50 docks, and that's in your document also. I also see this issue as to commercial and residential. I've heard some comments, I don't know if it was here or the other one, that basically they're trying to take advantage of both zonings, residential and commercial. If you read the shoreline management plan, it clearly states that there's no restriction on the commercial, and then it states that multifamily is deemed commercial. And as staff has said, this is a commercial project. We all have the Drifters Marina. We heard that comment. A lot of our uses may be different. We also have some structures over the 515 line. Is that correct? To be clear, there will be no dredging in the project, so that is not an issue. Supervisor Thomas was at the meeting with Tridam. We put an information out. I believe you were there for the entire time when you came. In my respect, I thought there was no direct comment of positive input, but there was never a chance. I mean, if it was presented as I heard Mr. Felty present it, we wouldn't have even got 2 words across, and they would have said, "You're not building over the lake." Nice try. That wasn't the theme at all. The theme was, thank you for the information, let's move forward, and there it goes. So I think today, the applicant, the appellant, has the right to an approval to at least have the chance to go on and discuss it with FERC and with Tridam. The gas tank and the other...
I'm just going to help Sean out here because I've been involved in this a little bit more. I've also had discussions with Tridam. Sorry for Ted Abramson, managing member for the resort at Lake Tulloch. I've also had, my husband and I have gone up and met with Mr. Felty in regards to this whole new shoreline management plan. And it is our intent to, even though that is not approved, and we have concerns because we were denied due process in the distribution and comment period. And I have got letters into FERC, and we will be heard. There is another public comment period coming out. And us, Merle Holman, any of the other people that own commercial were not given a chance, given a package to respond to as far as the commercial goes. And it is very restricted. The 100-foot is restrictive because it really depends on the depth of the shoreline, the depth of the water. However, even though it is not adopted and we do plan to challenge that, we are trying to adhere to all of the guidelines for commercial under FERC's new shoreline management plan. So we do look forward to working with them, and we do feel good about the prospect. But when we went to our meeting last Thursday with them, it was specific, and Supervisor Thomas was there, that we needed the document and the approval from you first. This was just information. We gave them the presentation, and again, nothing was said about that. But in addition to that, we've been hearing that there's no more building out over the water. It says nothing about that in the shoreline management plan. Not word one, so nobody's allowed to comment about that. Section 5.3 in the commercial says nothing about no building out over the water. There are 6 specific items. There's a copy of it in your package, and there's nothing in there about that. And I will let you know.
Enough about Tridam. While we understand the public statements regarding some of these things, I think the important part is realizing the relevance. This is a private property. I'm glad everybody would like to have a resort there, but that isn't necessarily the duty of the supervisors to mandate that the resort stay, along with the public access, parking, bicycles. A lot of the stuff that we heard today has things to do, nothing with the application itself. So it's important to focus on what we came here to do today. The final thing is what the policy is now. We've heard about minute orders and things like that. The idea is, what does the policy now, what does the application say? And we deserve to be voted on and approved during the policy now, and if the policy changes in the future, that's for future applications, not for the applications in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move this back to the board, I'd like to do an agenda check with our CAO. We've got 2 people, staff people, waiting. It is now, looks like about 13 and a half minutes before the hour. Are the issues timely to the point of the need for action today, or could they be moved to 2 weeks from today?
I think they are timely, particularly with respect to the designated fund. And I think we can probably knock these things down in fairly short order.
Yes, and I was wondering how you wish to proceed regarding that. Do you want to hold them over? Do you want to take a break and act upon these? They do not seem to be controversial in relation to the boards.
Why don't we just go to those 3 and see if there are any questions by board members? To me, they're extremely straightforward.
Yes, that's what I think.
So the board, have any problems with just going to those three?
No.
Like
consent items in effect?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we pass a resolution on 18 establishing a district attorney consumer fraud environmental designated fund.
Wait, before you do that, I'm going to recess the public hearing for just a moment and move to the board for this consideration.
Then on number 19, pass a resolution authorizing the auditor controller to establish an interest-bearing designated fund entitled Carl Moyer Grant from the Air Pollution Control. And number 20, two resolutions. The first, a resolution establishing a 2007 Certificates of Participation designated fund. And secondly, a resolution authorizing the fiscal year 2007-2008 budget adjustments regarding the Certificate of Participation's issuance. And that one requires a 4/5 vote.
And your stalling tactic worked long enough to get the assistant county
Yes, we
administrator
caught
in
you.
the room.
Obviously, somebody's still listening. Come on in, Shirley, if you have something to say on items 18, 19, or 20.
Those items do need to be heard today because they are necessary for year-end close.
Okay, I think
Coming out of the woodwork.
not to worry, we're taking care of it. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I want to thank staff for designating whether it was interest-bearing or not.
I'd like to thank staff for just hanging in all day and still listening after all these many hours. It certainly is, not the adrenaline kind of day that you might have expected. At any rate, we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We passed all three on a 5-0 vote, and we will now resume our public hearing and bring, since we have completed the public comment on this, I'm going to bring this to the board, and as customary, we will turn to the supervisor whose district spawned this situation. Supervisor Thomas, take it away.
I heard earlier that there were no fish in that lake. How could there be spawning? Anyway. Sean, I didn't get your last name. What?
R-P-A-R-R.
Okay. With all due respect, I do recall some discussion at the Tri-Dam meeting where Mr. Grover was explaining to their board members that there would be a proposal to do some dredging on the inboard side or the shoreline side of some of those docks.
Right, and that wasn't dredging, that was excavating to remove silt that came from the county into the water.
Once it's dry, that's the issue when it's dry.
Okay, I'm actually going to try to keep this at the board at the moment, and if there's an absolute necessity to correct something, we can turn to that, but this is now with the board.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point that there was discussion. It was called dredging by Mr. Grover, which incidentally, I think I ought to bring out this little geology lesson at this particular point, that all those wonderful photographs looking up at Table Mountain there, everybody's got to realize that the mountaintop used to be significantly higher than Table Mountain. So there's been a fair amount of infiltration of silt to the extent of about 300 vertical feet of it or more, going into that river basin since several million years ago. So I don't think we have anything to worry about in that regard. Okay, let me see here. To Janice, let me, this, in my mind, the underwater density issue is not relevant to this particular application, but just for a point of information, I went through the painful task of going back and listening or looking at those tapes of the November 20th meeting and the December 4th meeting, 2006. And you have told us that it's up to the discretion of this board to establish our feelings about what happened there. You know, we could establish today what the policy is, but I think it's important for me to know as a fairly new supervisor, whenever you have an action of a board on 1 week that results in a particular policy decision, and then in the very next meeting, although it was 2 weeks later, you have another meeting wherein the discussion went like this: that, you know, we need to fix this, and we need to fix it fairly quickly. That there should be no further consideration of underwater density. There was additional discussion about the fact, okay, how soon could we do this? There was talk about it could be done with the general plan, but there was also some mention of the fact that that could take a long time. So we need to get this back to us really quick. And I don't remember any discussion about it was going to come back with the Copperopolis Community Plan, because as you recall, at that particular point in time, it was in a suspended animation. We didn't know whether it was going to go forward ahead of or behind or concurrently with the general plan. So my question to you is, how could it be that you'd have a board decision 1 week, a reversal of that board decision the following week with an expectation that it would be implemented really quick, and then have ourselves found at this particular point in time by saying, well, since it wasn't acted upon, it fell through the cracks, it wasn't brought back for, I mean, I got the impression in looking at the tape that there was an expectation it was going to come back within a week, within a week or two. But since that didn't happen, how can we be at this point in time saying that we have to go by what we did on the prior week when everybody agreed that was a wrong decision? There may not be an answer to that, but I'm just really baffled by that.
Well, actually, I've never said that you have to go by what happened the prior week. What you have is you have board direction at 1 week with an actual board vote the following week to initiate a general plan amendment. The legal aspect of that is that until a general plan amendment is actually adopted by a board and the 30 days go by for it to be in effect, it doesn't apply to anything. So it's just basically a statement of board policy until such time as it's adopted and 30 days go by. As I said, the legal aspect of it is nothing's binding until that point. It's a policy statement by the board that this board is free to follow, and that could be one of the findings right there, that was a board policy that was made. I do recall, though, that there was discussion that there was at least one application pending that this would not apply to, and obviously there's another one that it doesn't apply to, that you would have to decide on a project-by-project basis, because the application would be deemed complete before the general plan amendment was in place and in effect. And that's exactly where we're at here right now.
Okay.
So, and with respect, related to that is this issue about setting a precedent. I mean, we're at the same spot. If the board doesn't want to do this, then, and they want to go back and reinitiate the general plan amendment and give direction to staff to bring it back as soon as possible, and it gets followed up on, then that's something you can do to avoid the precedent-setting nature of any decision you make today.
Okay, let me see if I follow you completely there. You said that you'd have to initiate or reinitiate the general plan amendment process.
Or direct staff to follow the prior direction of the board,
okay.
Yes.
All right. I don't know whether that's an action we should do right exactly at this moment, but certainly before we get too far away from this discussion, we ought to poll the board on seeing where we want to go with that particular, the request or the direction for the general plan amendment. But okay, on another couple of items here. You've explained, thank you for that explanation, but to me, I started at the onset saying that I don't think that the density situation applies necessarily to here, because I think that the most important consideration in this discussion is that September 15, 2003 letter signed by Paul Stein that went to Tri-Dam, that the communication that was in that letter didn't just all of a sudden appear out of midair. That was a result out of, by that point in time, 2003, the Copperopolis Community Plan had been, or the advisory committee had been working for almost 3 years. And we had started at the onset of that activity by charging ourselves with the responsibility of looking at Lake Tulloch and Copperopolis and the surrounding area and looking at the things that we liked about it and things that we didn't necessarily like about it. And one of the very, very first points of discussion was that we've got to do something about Lake Tulloch. That there have been decisions made in the past that if we had them to make over again, we would not make them. And 45-foot lots all around Poker Flat as a continuing development pattern all the way around the remainder of the lake, everybody mutually agreed on both the Lake Tulloch Task Force and the Copperopolis Community Plan Advisory Committee that was a policy that we really strongly wanted to bring an end to, that there was a better way. And we worked out through years of discussion that the best way to deal with that in the most equitable way that wouldn't deny people the opportunity to develop, but they could develop in a way that was aesthetically acceptable and pleasant, that we just said we would measure at the 515 line, and we would not allow homes to be built closer than on new developments. Now, it said specifically older pre-existing conditions like Poker Flat were not affected, but on new developments where new tentative parcel maps were going to be filed, that this rule of 200 feet measured at the 515, and there were other things in this document. If you recall, that there were ratios. Well, there was also this discussion about the 6 units per acre of approved density in this zoning area would have been also superseded by the first element in this lakeshore development policies that we recommended and were adopted back in 2003, that when you're doing a new project in the Lake Tulloch overlay zone, that it would be restricted to half-acre densities. In other words, 2 dwelling units per acre. Okay, so we've got various considerations here. We've got a house every 200 feet. We've got minimum parcel size that you could propose for approval as 2 houses per acre. So in my mind, the committee did really a pretty artful job about having those 2 overlapping, well, this is very much like the concurrent jurisdiction here. We've got 2 things that will dictate what you can do. So there was a question about where the 9 units came from, and that came from this document, this 1990 or the 2003 document, because in actual fact, if you trace the shoreline at the 515, it's 1,800 lineal feet. So it's simple 5th grade arithmetic that 1,800 feet divided by 2 is 9 units. If you use the other multiplier, that you got 3.8 acres times 2 units per acre, you have 7.6. So you have, I guess, the option of applying one or the other, using that concurrent approval analysis. There was also references to each parcel would be provided the opportunity to have 1 dock, not more than 1 dock. And it goes on to say that 1 dock is allowed per parcel. I know I'm getting awfully wordy here, and I apologize for that, but I want to be thorough. I keep saying that it's the shoreline measured at the 515, but it says, I stand corrected, it's a 510 elevation. There's also some discussion about septic tanks, because we knew that there possibly would be proposals, particularly up in the Black Creek Arm, that might not have infrastructure available, so that they would be on septic tanks. But and I don't want to beat this thing to death, but in my the way that I'm looking at this, I would like very much to see the applicant get something approved there. I know that the Abramsons were actively involved in that effort during the couple of about 18 months that we were arm wrestling about what we would put in the Lakeshore Management Plan, the recommendations by the Lake Tulloch Task Force. There were participation members of the Copperopolis Community Plan Committee as well. There was overlapping membership. And I wasn't a member of the Lake Tulloch Task Force, although I was asked many times to come and make presentations. But I think that there's a very real danger here that unless we apply call it a policy, I would think that this would have the strength of more of like an ordinance at this point. If it's an interagency agreement executed by the Board of Supervisors back in 2003, what more do we need as a seminal decision-making document with which we have to or upon which we have to depend? So I'll shut up here, but I want to make my fellow board members understand that I am in favor of not having this project rejected out of hand. I would like to see if the applicant would be interested in having us hold this over, having them come back in some fashion. Maybe Janice can tell us how to craft that to, if it is within their any realm of possibility that they could do a project that would pencil out for them to have 7 units. And the interesting thing about it is if they reduced it to 7 or 9 units, they would also have the possibility of providing some meaningful public access. And I'm a little surprised that I didn't pick up on this, that the 10-foot public access, what they're offering here is like the sleeves on a vest, because the 10-foot separation off the property line has to be there anyway. So, you know, how difficult is it to put a couple of dotted lines and say that's our public access? I'm not really thrilled with that being offered up as the public access required by federal law in this particular instance. So if they could come back with a revised proposal that is in keeping with this 2003 document, that would allow them to keep I think it's an essential and very appreciated facility there, the fuel facility. They somehow have continued access to the ramp by the public. That's I wouldn't die on that hill necessarily, but I think that there's some room for them to analyze maybe an altered project that we all could agree on, that they could go forward and accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. Thank you for bearing with my wordiness. Sorry.
Thank you, Supervisor Thomas. I think I'll move right down the line here. Supervisor Callaway.
And going back to the 2003 letter that Supervisor Thomas refers to, and all the work that went into it, it refers to parcels in the sense of single-family dwellings. This is multi-family dwellings, and I'm not sure that that was considered when this was done. And so to me, the rules change. And I'm not opposed to the multifamily dwellings. And if I'm not opposed then to the multifamily dwellings, then I'm saying that some of the conditions on the Lake Tulloch overlay would not be applicable because they really weren't addressed for multifamily. On density transfer, I have to say I can argue both sides of the issue on that. I would very much like to see that there weren't those houses or townhouses over the water, but when I've driven or boated Lake Tulloch, there's lots of houses that are over the river. So there's lots of pilings that are currently going into the... in some of the little, I call them cul-de-sac areas.
It's only in...
Wait, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know your neighborhood as well as you do. I just know I have seen them. And I'm sure you don't know my neighborhood as well as I do. So if you please give me
I'm going to ask each
leniency
supervisor
here.
to try to state their position, and we'll, the colloquy
So
is over. We are now stating positions.
Unless there is a
Whatever way we-
biological reason, unless there is something in the shoreline management plan that says there will be no units over the water, I can't not support some units over the water. In terms of the docks, I'm hearing different stories. That they have, I have to remember this is commercial property. I have to remember that CEQA says the baseline is to evaluate the project as what is there now, not as if it was vacant land. If it was vacant land, we wouldn't even be having this kind of conversation. Do they have approval for 48 docks? Do they have approval for 50 docks? Should they have approval for just one dock per unit and then give me a 4 for public safety? If what we're saying is the developer is required to apply for all necessary permits. I've understood that we've omitted the word approval. We've gone to permits. Then Tridam would be the one, as I understand, that would say how many docks they would get, not Calaveras. So given that, then that's something that has to be worked out between the applicant and Tridam. So whether it's 34, 48, or 50, if they have a letter from Tridam saying they can have 50, if Tridam has given the commercial 48, then let Tridam and the applicant work out the number of docks. So I think the issues were density transfer, docks, and building out over the water.
Thank you. Supervisor Claudino.
Well, I think this issue, the issues have been confusing because the core issues seem to branch off, and pretty soon we have tributaries going everywhere. But for me, I think overall the project is, in my view, definitely an improvement as far as the use of that property at this point. We've heard and can see from the presentation here that impacts, mostly, if not entirely, are going to be reduced if this project goes forward. I mean, there's the visual impact is going to be improved. The encroachment on that roadway is just horrible. It's one of the worst in the county. We had, in this room just a few weeks ago, we had nearly as many people as were here this morning, or maybe as many, arguing the issue of short-term rentals and the type of clientele it attracts. It's a similar, maybe not the same, but a similar clientele is attracted to a resort. They're there for a weekend or a long weekend, and they're there to have a good time and party. There's certainly nothing wrong with that, but the neighbors of those people a few weeks ago filled this room up because they didn't like that behavior. This is going to be more of a calming effect. I can tell you from my own personal experience that there have been, and I'm sure with a robust resort will continue to be, calls for emergency services. That's just the way it is in a resort place, more than would be people that have upscale personal residences. So the issue to me is this a permitted use on the property? and according to our staff, it is. The property belongs to the applicant, appellant, and I think they should be allowed to use this property within the statutes, provided there's no significant negative impact to the public or their neighbors. And from what I've seen here, this is going to be, in my opinion, an improvement. The impacts are going to be reduced. So we've also had this discussion about whether this board feels there should or should not be building out over the water. And I'm certainly glad that I'm not somebody who has tried to figure out how to plan a development there, because in a very short space, last year or year before, we changed our minds 3 times in 1 month. It's pretty hard to follow that. It really is. I'm still trying to figure out. I think it was a no, yes, no, rather than a yes, no, yes. And it was not unanimous. I believe all 3 votes were a 2-3 and 3-2 or 2, something like that. So it's pretty hard to follow the bouncing ball for somebody that's trying to plan a very expensive project. And there's a lot of time and money that has been spent relying on the information provided at meetings, which is exacerbated if the process is constantly changed. Now, the applicant, appellant, has worked with staff to get to this point where we are right now. And at no time, I mean, a year and a half ago, they could have been told, if that was the statute, if that was the rule, that you cannot do this project. And a lot of time, money, and effort would have been saved at that point. As it stands right now, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no statute anywhere that says you cannot build out over the water. And this brings it back to this board as a policy. So I sort of feel like that we have the ability to be like tossing darts at a dartboard here. You can here, you can't there, and it's not a comfortable place for me to be. If we meant to make a statute or legislate the prohibition of building out over the water, then we should have done that. And we still can do that, but we have not done that. With the issue of whether Tridam will or will not, or FERC approve this, I think that that is a discussion that the appellant and those agencies need to have. And I think that we should allow the appellant the opportunity to present their case or to negotiate with those agencies. I think that they are still willing to work with anybody that has a reasonable request. We've heard that the issue of docks is very flexible. They're willing to bring them back in, I forget what it was, 70 or 75 feet, reduce the number of docks, and trying to work with people that think that that's inappropriate to have that many docks. The actual installation of the pilings, you know what, I'm not an engineer or a biologist, but I've done a lot of fishing around docks because I was raised on the coast. And believe me, if you talk to people that fish off of piers and so on, that's where the food is. And that's pretty well established by people that fish. So to me, that answers the question of habitat. The public safety issue is large. And it's large with the people that live in Copperopolis as well, because they've been here many times to talk about that. There's going to be, we've already talked about the type of client that is at a resort, as opposed to those people who have an investment in their own home. If I understand correctly from the staff report, there will be no short-term rentals here, 30-day minimums. Is that correct? The appellant has done a traffic study, or had one done, I should say, Katie Anderson, that shows a 5-fold reduction in surface traffic. That's also going to, in my mind, going to be a reduction to the boat traffic, which has also been a hot item in this boardroom several times. How many boats are on the lake? How many can we allow? I have to believe that this project would reduce the number of boats out there. And when it comes to the sportsmen, again, I'm not a biologist, but if I had to guess, I would think that the pollutants that are transferred into the water by all these motorcraft would far outweigh any damage that some 8-inch pilings are going to do that are just stationary and sitting there. I really think that the applicant appellant has the right to make their own arguments with the other regulatory agencies, and I believe that they have complied with everything the county has asked them to. So looking at this strictly from the rule of law, I really think that they should be allowed to go forward with their project.
Supervisor Tryon.
I basically concur with the statements by Supervisor Callaway and Supervisor Claudino. I would just add, I think the townhouse clustering is a very good concept over just having single-family residential. It is apparently in the shoreline plan viewed as commercial, and it's not viewed as residential, and therefore it's being permitted under the commercial guidelines, which is appropriate given the underlying documents that the project has to comply with. I think it's a very good project. I've spoken in the past that I think it's basically a property rights issue to be able to build over the lake. What's there is basically a flow and storage easement over the land. So if you get above the flow and the storage, don't affect water or water quality, it seems to me you have a property right then to build over your property. And building over the lake, if done properly and appropriately and properly engineered, et cetera, and permitted, I don't have a problem with that. I think we have a long history at this point of allowing that type of development and shoreline development in our county. I don't think the fact that Tuolumne County requires a 25-foot setback and has absolutely no development or almost no development isn't necessarily a model that we should follow, or and in many ways I feel like the horse is out of the barn on our side. So I don't think that's, in my opinion, really a subject of the debate. And I think it's a very good project. I think it's a great resort project to have the townhouses down there, and I would be inclined to be in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marita has requested a freeze here. And
yeah, I didn't address the public
point.
Access issue. If I understood Russ correctly, I also support public access on this project. What it looks like, I'm not clear. My question earlier when I was writing notes was, yeah, it's 10 foot, and so you bring your kayak or you bike or whatever, or you drive in with your car. Would there be parking for people who access this and need a vehicle? So that means they're back up on the road, which is something we wanted to avoid. So that means you're either biking or walking from somewhere, so it doesn't make the public access user-friendly. So I mean, I think I agreed with Russ that I would like to see public access here, but I want to make sure it's user-friendly. It's really way down at the end of Copper, and I think it's appropriate we don't close off access to the lake and we keep those opportunities there. So that's my comment on public access.
All right, and Supervisor Tryon also wishes a second turn. I'll consider it on the third round to be a filibuster, but I'll allow this.
Well, I'll address the public access also, and I don't think it's necessary to have every project have public access. I don't mind an in lieu fee. I'm not saying that $500 is the right number. It may be a number significantly different than that. But this isn't like the coast where you have access to the coast and everybody can walk up and down the beaches. Once you get access to Lake Tulloch, you can't just walk up and down. There's houses and it's all private, and it's not conducive to that type of activity. So I'm more inclined to think that on a lot of projects we should get an appropriate, and I don't know, I'll put appropriate in quotation marks, in lieu, and then have a major access point someplace where you have, boat launching and some space and parking and that, as opposed to saying we're going to have 10 or 15 feet, bicycle paths or pedestrian paths on every project that comes before us. I don't think that really solves the problem of public access. As I view public access, I think what you need is a substantial facility that will allow for the parking of the trailers and the cars, just like New Maloney's does, where they have access out there. And I think the way to achieve that substantially, so it doesn't fall to just one large developer at some point, is to have basically an assessment or an in lieu fee. So, and you may do a combination, in my opinion, too. You may require an in lieu fee of X if you provide a 10-foot pedestrian access, or you can pay a little bit more and provide none. Because really what you're talking about is boats and parking and trailers and being able to fuel your boat and those sort of things. And I don't think every project needs to provide that. And I don't think it's a particularly good thing, and I don't think it's conducive to what the reality is on the ground on the Calaveras side of Lake Tulloch. So I don't know what that fee should be. My suspicion is it's more than $500. So that's my comment on access.
Mr. Chair, when the board's done, we have some possible options to toss out on the public access issue when you're done with your comments.
All right, thank you. This lake is a whole world away from the district I represent, both geographically, but just, I don't know, the way it is, just it seems almost like a different planet from D2. And I've actually read through this whole thing and followed very carefully all along and met with all kinds of people on it, and actually came into this meeting without a position altogether, although I have a number of concerns that I want to share. First of which is that I think every time we make some kind of a decision as a board, when we don't make that, when it doesn't translate into a document or a policy or something concrete, that we invite confusion or different interpretations. So I've heard 3 interpretations on the sole question of what we did on density transfers. And the truth is that within that 2 weeks, we did 3 things. So no wonder we're confused, you're confused, and we have such a variety of interpretations. Here's my position, and it was the position that I took when it first came to the board. I think that the concept of transferring densities from an unbuildable place to a buildable place doesn't make a lot of sense, be it steepness of slope or water or any number of other things that happen in this county. I don't think that's a reasonable thing. Density transfers generally are to keep some open space, and I suppose you could say that Lake Tulloch, the water is open, but actually when you hear the complaints and the traffic and the density that we've already got there, that's kind of not that good an argument. What I find, however, troubling is that we're actually collecting property taxes on underwater property. And is that a rumor, or is that correct, is one thing I wanted to ask, because I've been told by several people that that's the case. Do we know what our current...
There is, my understanding is there is property tax on the entire parcel, but that it's really based on market value, and people that are buying it for the use of the property.
For the above water...
Well, they're buying it not at the same price for the entire 70 acres. They're buying it for what's usable for their purpose, so the market is driven by that.
So it's the valuation does not include underwater.
Technically, it does, but in reality, the market is what is above ground, is what you're paying for.
Well, I'd sure like to get a definitive statement on that from our assessor, because there seems to be a lot of controversy about that. I see somebody who thinks he has an answer, but I'm actually not going back out to the public, so we can talk afterwards if that's all right.
Supervisor Walensky, in the tapes that I reviewed on the November 20th meeting, our county assessor did address that, and his comment was exactly as Stephanie has said, that there it is, and we do this all the time in the Board of Equalization meetings. We evaluate on the market value of the property in question. And you certainly wouldn't say, okay, this is 3.8 acres at I don't even know what the value would be. Say, $1 million an acre in this location. It would not be assessed at $70 million because it's 70 acres. The underwater acres are. It's just, it defies logic to even think that it could be given any value. But anyway, it seems to always come up in discussions, but Randy said it was not.
All right, I'll take that to assuage at least that one concern. But that said, my position has been opposed to transferring densities from places that can't be built upon to places that can. Secondly, I think in this skinny little lake that we've already crowded up pretty well on our side, that building out into it is generally not good policy. I've looked at the place as it is and as it's proposed, and find many good things in the proposal. So I'm of two minds. I think that the question of public access was, at least the concept of beginning to have each new development on the lake contribute something toward it, is a good idea. But I think that there should be some nexus between what we would ultimately need for a genuine public access site and the dollars that it would cost needs to be thought of as we ask for voluntary contributions. We may want to create something that has a long-term effect of a real public access on the lake before it closes off altogether. The dock berths, I do see flexibility in that, and I would hope that rather than get into a dust-up that involves many lawyers and long hearings and interagency disputes about who's on first or any number of other possibilities, that we actually get it down to something that people can agree on. And I think the idea of the 4 berths for public safety and maybe 1 per unit makes some sense, and I have heard that from other people, and maybe we should poll on each one of these things. I see the following issues to try to resolve here. If we're all in agreement that it could be resolved with a mitigated negative deck, but have some additional mitigations on it, there would be the question of docks and berths, question of overwater building and how much, question of public access and whether that has been adequately dealt with or whether we need to. I hear different opinions on the board about that. And the density transfers from underwater, I would propose, regardless of what we do on this project, and there's certainly arguments that, it is a matter of policy. I'm certainly taken that from our council and believe that we have nothing that requires us to do one thing or another here. This is up to us. But this board did have an agonizing discussion back in 2006, I believe it was. We had at least one of our members go a number of different ways in a pretty short time, breaking land speed records by this board's standards. And yet, even here, 2 years later, we do not have our general plan amendment. And by the way, that's what I think we ought to do. I think it ought to be not for Lake Tulloch, but it ought to be a basic thing that we talk about, is what we mean by density transfers and what is outside of appropriate. Because we've been so creative in this county on that I think we could even achieve laughingstock status if we stay with tradition. So I'm interested in breaking that tradition. I'm interested in getting clear policy so that nobody new comes in with this level of ambiguity or confusion. So I would hope that we would have some sentiment expressed here today about what we'd like to do in the future about that. But I'm prepared at this point to see on the basic question whether the board wishes the project under some circumstance or another to move forward, and then move to see where the board is on docks and berths, overwater building, public access, and density transfer. Is there anything else that people feel are important in trying to figure out how to advise staff as to how to proceed? Yes.
Okay. If we're going to essentially set this letter aside, then we've got to look at the staff report that clarifies that in order to approve 30 units, we have to attribute some of the density from beneath the water, because this, after all, isn't 12 units per acre under the existing zoning. I mean, this says 2 units per acre, but the existing zoning, as it applies to this, is 6 units per acre. So 6 times 3.8 is 22.8 or 23. So in order to get to where you want to be, or where some of the members want to be, you have to attribute some underwater density. I think that maybe you ought to poll on underwater density first.
Okay.
All right, Tom, any suggestions?
I'll give a comment on that, and that is, I think you should be used, at least in this instance particularly, you should be able to use underwater density because, quite frankly, some of it's going to be built out over the water. So how do you basically say you're not going to allow underwater density when part of it's, when 9 units are built out over the water, or partially built out over the water? So how can you basically then say, well, I'm going to limit it only to dry land? I mean, if you have a property right and can exercise it out over the water, then you should be allowed to have density transfer. And if you have 9 units out over the water, I don't know that there's any density transfer beyond what's actually built out over the water. So I am for allowing it, though I'm not sure it's necessary in this instance.
Okay. Are we on density transfers at this point? I guess so.
That's what you were asking.
Actually, I was trying to order it in some kind of sequence. I was just outlining the subjects, and I wanted to check and see, are there any other issues that people want to include in mitigation discussions here? Again, I've got docks and berths, overwater building, public access, and density transfers were the things I heard from my fellow board members over
Mr. Chair,
this discussion. Yes.
If one way of maybe doing this is to separate the negative deck from the policy decisions.
Yes.
So if you were to ask the board about whether they're ready to certify or wish to certify the mitigated negative deck, because all of the issues that you've talked about are policy issues as opposed to the environmental document issues, I believe.
All right.
It'd just be one way to move forward on part of it.
People all right with that as an approach?
Yes.
All right. On the question of mitigated negative deck, as opposed to requiring an environmental impact report, this is the staff recommendation. What is the wish of the board? Shall we poll it down the line?
No, take
a vote.
Ask Russ
Russ?
what you'd like to do.
Well, if the mitigation in the required or provided in the mitigated negative declaration was to give some credence to the objections and not necessarily objections but concerns of Tridam, then I think...
Well, it has to go to Tri-Dam next, so...
But what it's going to, if I say I'm okay with this, the mitigated negative deck without any mention to their concerns, then, and it gets approved, then it goes to Tri-Dam's board with no reservations, with no reservations about what their representative has told us that he's concerned about, or what their board is concerned about.
It requires a permitting from both entities, so if they nix it, correct me if I'm in error here, if they don't approve it and they say, we're not going to approve it under the terms and conditions of Calaveras County, we're going to modify those terms and conditions for our approval, then I would assume they would modify it, it would come back here, and we would either endorse those modifications, and if we didn't, the project's dead.
This does remind me of something I neglected to mention.
Is that not accurate?
I think that's a good observation, but the question is, do we want to really punt these people back and forth between two agencies that are supposed to have joint authority, or could we actually find time in the next short while to, after polling the board clearly on the issues before us, ask the parties to pull together some, if possible, a consensus agreement. I don't know whether that's, maybe you've already been through all of that process, and maybe people think they've finalized all things and the parties have no wiggle room on this, but it does seem to me that we have a board that's of mixed opinion on several issues, and that it would be nice if we could at least define where the majority is on each of them and advise staff how to proceed.
I would actually suggest that the appropriate procedure here under CEQA would be for you to address the 4 policy decisions, because that could affect the project description that you're approving under the CEQA document. So if there's a majority vote to change the approved project description, then we need to make separate findings about whether or not the CEQA document is adequate for that.
Okay, so we need to look at the policy questions first. And you had suggestions on public access, I believe. Why don't we start with that? Or not? Public access, you had indicated you had some advice.
I would suggest that probably the biggest issue is the density transfer issue, because if you're not going to have a majority vote to build out over the lake, then basically the project's dead in the water as proposed and they need to go back. So that would be the first decision by the board, whether or not the project is proposed with those units that extend over the 515 contour are approved.
As proposed.
As proposed. Without talking about possible measures in between the all or nothing.
That's up to the board, but that's the first issue that defines the project.
As proposed is what we'll poll. Supervisor Thomas.
I am not in favor of allowing the 30 units, because I don't think that the policy of the board was in December 4th in 2006 was to allow underwater density. In order to get to 30 units, you have to provide enough density for 7 units. I'm not in favor of that.
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Claudino.
Yes.
Supervisor Tryon.
Yes.
And I am for a modification of that with Russ, so it's 3-2 as proposed as it is. We will now move to the question of docks and berths.
I just want to clarify that based on that vote, I don't think you need to poll the board on density transfer. I think you've pretty much decided that in order to build it that way, it's required. So, yes, right. I would go to the docks issue next.
Right. All right. And what is the pleasure of the board on this?
What's the question, please?
The question is number of docks and berths that go with this project. It's an issue.
What is proposed?
Proposed is
50.
There were 4 that were for public safety, and there were 46, so it's a total of 50.
This action, if approved, would require staff to bring back findings that that address the shoreline management plan and consistency with or an ability not to comply with the shoreline management plan. So I would request time to make findings based on the board's decision.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to ask for time for findings in any regard, given today's input. So on this question of docks and berths, what is the board's pleasure, starting with Supervisor Thomas?
One per unit with a provision for 4 for emergency services.
Supervisor Callaway.
Just a second.
Would you like to pass?
No, I'm using my fingers. I don't want to pass. No way. My recommendation is 40 slips, 1 per unit, 4 for safety, and 6 for visitors.
What's the number, 46?
40.
40 altogether, with 10 of them being
1 per
6
unit, 4 for safety, and 6 for visitors.
30 for the unit.
Well, people do. They take their
Total of
boats
40, down
and
10.
they go from
4 for emergency.
visit friends.
Okay, so we have 34 from Russ, 40
From Marita.
one of those days.
That makes
Okay.
74 right there.
Do I hear? Yeah. Supervisor Claudino, any view on
I'm
this?
trying to make sense out of our mathematics here.
Okay, 30,
I'm kidding.
4, and 6.
That's fine. I will agree with Supervisor Callaway. That's a compromise.
I support what's proposed, which is the 50 slips, and I'm counting on Tri-Dam to review it, and if they wish to modify it, I think that's Tri-Dam's call, not ours.
All right, and I'll move with the 40, and I guess Tri-Dam will review and see whether that can pass their muster. That makes 3 for 40, 1 for 34, and 1 for 50. So 40 is, we will ask staff to try to find some finding for that number, which appears to have been drawn out of Supervisor Callaway's hat. But all of us, 3 of us, supported. We now move to the question of public access and the proposed mitigation that is before us, and whether anybody wishes to weigh in and/or alter that.
Did you want to hear some other ideas on public
We did want to
access?
hear your ideas on public access before we go with the board. Is there anything further on this last question, though, before we move?
I'm sorry, I was having a sidebar.
Another matter, okay.
Could you repeat, please?
Okay, what is your thoughts on public access?
Since the board has made the decision that they can build over the water and use density transfer, there might be a little room for additional movement to allow additional space for public access. I'm not sure. That would be up to the architect, but the reality is the project next door is also coming in for proposal. Most likely we'll be told he has to have public access on his project. It's possible that somewhere in between the 2 projects, some kind of easement could be completed between the 2 that would make up a sufficient space between Harold Holmgren's project and this project. I don't know the terrain there, but that's one possibility of increasing it by having them provide half, much the same as when an applicant provides half a road
That would be
way
in
of
lieu
right-of-way.
of the existing 500 per unit?
That would be in addition to the 500 a unit. The other, so in other words, if they can rearrange it so their 10-foot is half of a right-of-way that we would ask for on the other project, it might make sense. But I don't know, again, they'd have to answer that question. The other option is to ask them voluntarily, of course, because these are not mitigations, they're voluntary conditions, if they want to contribute more towards the per unit cost in order to be able to perhaps actually use the money for some purchase of an easement somewhere else. We do have county property located on the axis next to the Drifters project. There's a boat ramp at Drifters. There's places for parking. There are some issues with the homeowners down there on road usage, but the reality is it's a county property. It has access, and with the amount of money that could be put into it, it could be developed for use, including parking. That would be a much better location to provide public access than at this location, because you don't want anyone parking on the road. There's no room for parking on the property. So it makes sense to, instead of requiring them to provide additional public access here, to have them contribute to some immediate or fairly soon provision of public access elsewhere.
All right, so the question would be the dollars, the location.
I just want to clarify for the board that in order to approve this project with this public access, you have to find that this public access is reasonable as proposed under the MAP Act. The $500 is not part of that analysis.
Okay. That's a separate
issue. Okay.
Say that again.
Okay, the MAP Act requires you to make one of two findings to approve this map. One is that the proposed access is reasonable and meets the subdivision MAP Act requirements. The second one is that if you're not going to make a finding this is reasonable, then you have to make findings that there's another reasonable access located near this project, and that is not part of the staff report, nor has it received any public comment. So that would have to go back out for you'd have to continue the public hearing, and we'd have to circulate that issue for public comment.
If you take this out.
Right.
But if you leave this in and require the additional monies, then you're okay. But if you try to just do money in lieu of this, then you're not.
But the finding is not related to the $500. Okay, you have to find that this 10-foot access is reasonable access under the MAP Act. $500 has nothing to do with that finding. I want to make that very clear. That's required by statute.
All right. Yes. Other questions before we poll the board on access?
Okay, I've got that separation issue. What I can't get a concept of is, and I don't know if there's a static answer to this, but alternate access being reasonably close to this project, could that be? Is there any way to tell what that distance is? Could it be this other access that the county has a possibility of developing up near the Drifters Marina? Is it and the reasonableness if the slide that we saw presented earlier is typical of the topography there? It shows access coming down to something that's certainly not traversable by anybody but a rock climber, and so I don't know what reasonableness would be if maybe there's no reasonable access at this location. Maybe there is.
The statute's very broad. It simply says that you would need to make a finding that the reasonable public access is otherwise available within a reasonable distance from the subdivision and identifies the location of the reasonable public access. So that's up to the board to determine. It would have to be based on facts showing the location, what it looks like. I would suggest that all that would go into the record if you wanted to make that
Some of this may have
finding.
to be determined by the construction of the access. Certainly the photo that we saw, or the slide that we saw, is not reasonable access for elderly people, people with disabilities, or children. And so
they'd have to get there on a bike anyway, Bill.
That's what bike racks are for.
Yeah. Okay.
On the car, I mean.
Okay. I think that it might be useful to have the applicant explain. I don't think it ends in boulders for the access there.
It's shown as developed, yeah.
Pardon me?
It needs to be developed.
Yeah, they're not proposing that it end in a sheer wall.
We're showing what was
That's the location.
All right.
So I just wanted to...
It's going to be developed as public access.
So you're going to make it accessible.
Correct. It has to be under the guidelines.
Right.
And it's only like trying to have a fish swim without fins. I mean, the fish doesn't have fins. It doesn't go in the water and swim. So
that would be an eel.
A handicapped person isn't going to go down there just because there's access and try and get down the...
Part of the approval is there has to be adequate access. That's what we have to develop. There wasn't any slides of the actual access developed. What you saw was the existing spot.
Well, I realize that, but I didn't know you had plans to...
No, it has to be developed. I think that's part of the approval.
I think it also states in there that it can't... It shouldn't be set up so that it interferes with the public.
Right. We would retain approval over the plans to make sure that they were adequate and reasonable before we granted their final permits.
All right. So we seem to have several choices on this. One is the county land as access with some dollars contributed toward it. One is the existing access and finding that acceptable. and the other is, and the other one we're not talking about because it's not relevant to the current.
It's not authorized by statute.
No, it's not authorized by statute.
Unless you make a finding that there's other reasonable access and that money is going towards improving
Right,
that.
so the other reasonable access currently before us would be the county property. So I'd be interested in everybody's opinion about this set of choices. Russ, to lead off.
Well, all you have to do is look at the recently approved Tuscany Hills project. I mean, they had a similar situation where they had to provide public access. And you have a parking lot and a pathway down to the lake. But in order to comply with ADA, they had to actually show on their plan a circuitous route down to the lake so that people can get down there in wheelchairs. I mean, it's nothing to laugh about. It's federal law. So I would submit to you that if you have oftentimes, well, let's see. I don't know whether I can see the elevations in the way it's depicted here, but currently there is about 12 to 14 feet of elevation differential between that point on the asphalt and the surface of the water, and at periods of lower water it might be 10 feet more. But the point is that you in order to get from the asphalt down to the water level in that length that's required there, it would be a vertical or a 45-degree angle going down on steps. So you'd have to provide a longer route that is not provided for in that 10-foot wide presentation.
So you're favoring improved access on this site?
The board could set a minimum standard for the access and let the applicants could reduce the size of one of the townhouses or something of that nature in order to provide additional room for access, and you could just say we want a minimum 20-foot wide area that is ADA accessible on the site. And tell them that you want 2 parking places assigned to it. I think they have some of this outside the gate, so you could they could redesign their project so there's no change to the environmental issues, but maybe one place is smaller, there's additional public access, you have 2 parking. You can set that as a minimum standard in here instead of making them put money towards something else.
All right, back to the board. What is your wish?
On the 18-year-ago application for Connor Estates, they provided 0.4 acres of so-called public access that to this date has never been improved. It seems to me that we're headed down a similar path here. Quite frankly, with this proposal, given the constraints of what they're proposing to do, there's not room to adequately provide for public access here. I mean, I would be inclined to say, okay, let's make the access comply with ADA requirements, but that wouldn't be enough. That that $500 that they were tendering to go to another location could be specified to go to the Drifters Reef location.
That's a separate issue, though.
Well, it's not a separate issue because
we're not considering that in this.
You could do both.
They're not mutually exclusive, but they are not linked.
Right.
You could say we want an ADA accessible location with 2 parking places for public access on the $1 a unit to go towards the O'Connor Estates Drifters area for improvements to that parcel for additional access. You can do that, and you would establish that the ADA accessible with the 2 parking places on site was reasonable and met the standard, and then the other is an addition. And that would solve those issues, I believe. And if they can't provide ADA with 2 parking places there, then they have to come back.
That's what I'd like to see.
Okay.
If they're agreeable to that, then
Okay,
we...
hold on. We're going to poll the board, and then we'll see. Supervisor Callaway.
I'm interested in what the applicant has to say about that. I mean, I don't want to just vote on that without asking the applicant how they feel. I would like public access, but what it looks like, I'm open to that.
Well, we could do this in this awkward way, or we could ask for the next period of time for something agreeable on this to be worked out between staff and board. And applicant. What?
That's the better solution.
We're good with what Russ. What's that?
We're good with what Russ. And John says that architecturally and physically will work.
All right. Glad to see the private sector moving so swiftly. All right, so that answers, I believe, your question, Supervisor Callaway.
It's fine.
Bye.
Well, I guess I have a concern because I don't know what taking you to the lake on a 10-foot strip does, even if you put stairs down against rocks. You've got a 10-foot access point. For what purpose? I mean, I don't understand what we gain. I don't want to recirculate it, believe me. So I don't mind saying that that's adequate, but I'm much more interested in an in lieu fee to develop the property, because when you say public access, people are thinking about launching boats, about parking, about swimming, about doing those kinds of activities, as opposed to having a 10-foot strip to a lake and some stairs that go down rocks to the water. I don't know where that takes you.
Well, people's expectations are not what are expected in the code. The code does not state they have to have a boat ramp or the ability to swim. The code says
when
public
we say
access
to the lake, I think that's what people are thinking. That's what I'm thinking about, is where you can go and you can launch boats, and you can park your trailer, and you can park your truck. And
that's why this is such a great solution. What he's proposed, if we make it ADA, it's probably going to be wider than 10, although I can't guarantee that, but it's going to be more accessible. People can walk along there. Lots of people just like to walk and look, but the money can go towards improving the county property. Down there, they can use the private sector to load their.
ADA qualified.
If it probably should anyway, but the board can specify that, and I would recommend you do.
I'd rather put more money in the in lieu, quite frankly, and less money in developing a 10-foot. I mean, if you're going to do that, Russ's suggestion, and my suggestion would be fine, but put the 10-foot over against Merle's property and require him to do the same thing with 10 feet or 12 feet or whatever, and have something a little more meaningful.
It's not contiguous, our property in Merle. There's two other properties.
All right.
But aren't you going to use the same, aren't you, in the encroachment area? Isn't there some commonality in the encroachment?
There's two existing structures already there.
Okay.
So it wouldn't work.
All right, so we're back to the question of whether we put more into the sort of in lieu or do this thing. We have 3 people who have already suggested that this is okay. Anybody wish to reconsider based on Tom's comment?
I'm willing to let the applicant, appellant, and staff work this out and bring it back.
We have a suggestion that might solve it right now.
Okay.
What about if we leave the access the way it is necessary to comply with regulations, but we put $30,000, twice the amount, into the fund to develop another
per unit.
desirable.
Nobody's going to use the one just like they don't use the one at Concord.
All right.
That would be acceptable to us also.
All right, so that would go into a...
So that'd be 1,000 a unit? 1,000 a unit?
Leave the access the way it's.
All right. Okay, well, that's an interesting proposal. Let's see if that works with the board. Let's go.
I guess at this point, I'm saying work it out. Let's let it get worked out at the staff level with a proposal. I mean, the other thing you could do is look at Merle, if he's coming in with a project, and say, look, even if it's 2 parcels away, by that definition, it's close enough, and maybe it makes sense.
No, you're not going to be able to do that because that project's not approved as of today, and it's got to be in existence.
Okay, I think work it out at the staff level, but I like the idea of putting money into a parcel where we can have parking and a boat ramp and picnicking and swimming and all of that as opposed to just 10 feet that takes you to rock.
Something real. All right.
Real.
And I favor that as well. How about the rest of the board? Fine, fine.
I don't know where you're going to find the access, though. I mean,
Maybe on the county.
You said we own the
Maybe on the
property,
county
didn't you?
well, we do own that little access, but if you're talking about something meaningful, Tom, if you're talking about something where you can park a boat and a trailer and stuff,
That's what I'm saying.
it's
Stephanie
not.
said that the county owns some property.
It's not large enough.
Well, I think the question doesn't need to be answered here at the moment,
Stephanie say
as
it
long
was
as we have instructed staff and encouraged applicant to work this out for a return after the other findings are complete in 2 weeks. Is that something that can be accomplished?
Yes.
All right. I would also encourage people to try to have some dialogue with Tri-Dam on the other matters that came and see whether those things are resolvable in any kind of a way, as best we can anyway. It would be nice to know that we're passing on something that has life to it rather than DOA. So,
Mr. Chairman, we had originally proposed that the findings be placed on a consent agenda. Obviously, we would not be able to do it on a consent.
That's right.
So I don't know if we need to continue the public hearing or not. Since we're coming in with a proposal that somewhat changes, we may want to keep the public hearing
I
open.
believe we continue the public hearing, that we would schedule it for 2 weeks from today. I would like to see it, an agenda review for that particular meeting. I know we've got a lot on that, too. Let's try to get our timing more clear so that people, by the way, you all who have managed to stay the entire day, how many started the morning at 9? All right. You are all, under my authority as board chair, conferred with the Iron Man and Iron Woman Award. And that goes for staff as well as a public television. This has been a marathon. Are we done? No, we have one more agenda item.
Are you sure you're going to try to do this on the 5th? Because we've got a giant agenda.
Our agency has submitted we have the joint water committee or water issue and the general plan amendment phase 3 draft visioning statement, and the issues and opportunities report is in front of you on the afternoon of August 5th. We've also submitted 2 policy considerations for the board that are awaiting agenda review for August 5th relative to general plan issues. So it's a full CDA day.
Does it have to come back?
The 12th appears to be more viable.
Could you clarify what that meeting would be for?
That meeting would be to...
That meeting would
get the
be
findings.
for board approval of the findings to support the entitlements requested by the project applicant. Does that make sense? We need to make some changes to the entitlement documents too.
Is that with the understanding that the board is moving forward in consideration of project approval as presented, and with the mitigated negative deck as presented, assuming the findings support it?
That had 3 votes,
Yes.
and that would be the direction of the board. The answer is yes.
Okay. Do you understand? So,
Yeah. Obviously, as we leave here today, we'll have certainty, so we're not going to go back.
I think you just got it.
Does it have to come back? Steve?
What's that?
Does it have to come back?
Yes, because we have to have new findings, and that's required for us to get separately from this one. They haven't yet been created. Okay. There is one last thing, and I would encourage everybody to. We have the review of correspondence, reports, and various matters of concern. What I would suggest. Yes.
For you all to have put up with all of us since 9 o'clock this morning, we confer on you the iron.
I think it's the Ironing Board Award. So if I might, while we're on the topic, just say that today has been just another one of those Calaveras days where the true care and love for the place that is shared by so many citizens manifests itself. And while it's not always beautiful or artful, Every once in a while, we stumble through and get something done, and today has been no exception to that. So correspondence, items of concern, anybody want to waive that?
I have nothing to bring before the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Thomas.
I just want to point out to the board that I'm attending a meeting going to various locations with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. It'll be several hours going around seeing if we can find a tiger salamander. I'm going to look them in the eye.
All right. Supervisor Callaway.
Fish and Game Commission meeting Wednesday night.
Supervisor Claudino.
That'd be Claudino.
That would be Claudino.
Going to Juvenile Justice Committee meeting on Thursday at 4 o'clock for somebody. I forget.
Rita.
And I'll be at the Historical Society dinner also at the fairgrounds on Thursday evening. So that's it.
And I'll be spending Thursday with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy staff for the South Central region. We'll be taking them to 7 different potential funding projects in Calaveras County and try to make them like us to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's the project for Thursday. There are approximately 10 other meetings over the next 2 weeks. I won't bore you with them. Anything from our CAO?
It's been bled out.
Is there anything to... And Madeline, thank you for staying with us when others more faint of heart would have fled long ago. Yeah, I saw you try to get away, and you can't. So. Thank you, everybody, and I imagine there will be subsequent staff responses to this. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.